All right, let me pull this up here. All right, so here's my argument. I'm going to be using a deductive argument with transcendental proof. Let me see. Oh, there we go. Proof. Oh, lucky. Restated. So how this works is the argument I use is a modus ponens. I'm using 3 categories of evidence and 3 categories of proof in the argument. So the argument restated, if intelligibility obtains, then an ontological, transcendent, personal ground must exist. Intelligibility obtains. Premise 2, intelligibility obtains. Premise 3, only the triune God of Scripture is the ontological ground of existence. Conclusion, therefore, the triune God of Scripture exists. So, I welcome the Socratic method, the questioning. All right, here we go. Socratic method. Hold on, P1. All right, Dwight. Hey, Dwight.
What's up, man?
Doing all right, man. How are you?
Okay. So, why do you think atheism is false?
Because it cannot provide an ontological ground for existence.
So, I'm not understanding. So, how is it false? Can you hear me?
I just told you.
Okay, but how? But how is a non-belief false?
How is a non-believer? Why are you defining atheism?
Well, a non-belief in God. Like, how is it false?
Answer my question. How defining?
What your audio keeps cutting out?
How do you define atheism?
You don't believe in a God. You don't believe in a heaven, a hell, Satan. You don't believe in any of it. The world
All
just
right.
goes how it goes.
All right. So we're gonna use dictionary definitions. So I'm gonna bring up the Merriam-Webster dictionary. Atheism is a lack of belief or strong disbelief in the existence of a god or any gods. You agree with that?
That's what I just said.
All right, I'm going to read this one to you as well. Oxford English Dictionary: disbelief or denial of the existence of God. So do you agree that atheism can also be a denial of God's existence? Where
Or
someone
you
says
just don't.
where someone has the positive claim that God does not exist, not just a lack of belief, but a positive claim.
And I think it's subjective to the person.
Okay, so the atheism I'm making reference to is the atheism that denies the existence of God. It makes a positive claim that God does not exist. That's the atheism I'm talking about.
Okay.
So if you are an atheist who simply lacks belief in God, then it is true that you lack belief in God. The question then becomes, why do you lack belief in God?
Well, I would say there's not enough strong evidence to prove otherwise.
There's not enough strong evidence to prove otherwise. So what do you mean by
Yes,
evidence?
sir. I mean, evidence that can be shown to other people, not just I heard this, or I saw this, or I had a dream about this, or I felt this. Like something that can be replicated or, documented, something like that. Like an experiment. Like how scientists do experiments to like a multitude of different, whatever it is that they want to experiment on. They document it, they show evidence, they show results, and it comes with a conclusion.
Okay, so the way I think I heard you define evidence is that you think evidence is empirical evidence.
Like evidence that can be shown or proven, yes.
Okay, shown or proven.
Like, does anyone have any pictures of God, a recording of God? Like, is there anything that can be shown that is 100% proof that God exists?
Okay. Let me give you the good news, man, so that you don't have to waste any more of your time talking to Christians about these things. There is no empirical evidence showing the natured entity called God. None whatsoever.
Okay.
Okay, so you don't have to ask any more Christians anywhere in the world, and you don't have to waste any more of your time trying to find empirical evidence for the natured entity we call God, because there is none. And I'm not going to try to prove that to you because there isn't any.
So
Don't have to waste
if
your
there
time.
isn't any proof, then you can. So if there's not any proof that can be
Oh
shown
no,
of an
there isn't
existence of
any
a God,
empirical proof. There isn't any
yes,
empirical.
that
Let's use
if
those
there
words
isn't
now.
any proof, like, so
Any
if there
empirical
isn't
proof.
any
Uh,
of that type of proof, yes. So you can't really say you can't really say that atheism is false if they don't believe in something that can't be proven in that way.
the atheist is committing a category error when they demand empirical evidence for a natured entity who is spiritual. It
Okay,
actually shows their position to be an irrational position. It's like me asking you, prove to me that you are a woman. You're not a woman, so why would I ask you to prove to me that you're a woman? God isn't a natured
also,
entity that's
I mean, but
physical.
humans have
So
have been studied. Men and women have been studied.
what I showed you was
God hasn't been studied. No one
the
knows what God looks like. No one
the
knows what God
example I
sounds
gave you,
like.
Dwight. The example I gave you was a category error. Me asking you as a man to prove to me you're a woman, the question itself is a category error. It's a fallacy. It's a logical fallacy. So when you ask a Christian, prove to me empirically God exists, your very question commits a category error. And on top of that, you actually violate your criterion of belief when you even ask that question. You know why? Because there is no empirical proof or evidence for the philosophical assumptions of science, but you don't reject that, you still use it anyway, which is a contradiction.
And no. There's a lot of
Oh, no?
evidence
Okay,
showing
where is,
science to
okay.
be accurate.
All right, show
There's
me
a
the
lot of.
empirical evidence for the law of non for the principle of induction. Show me. Watch this. Go ahead.
You mean like how an induction stove works?
No, no, no. Science bases their predictions on the principle of induction, that the future will resemble the past. That is why science is even possible. It's an assumption, not a provable fact or empirically provable fact. It's called the problem of induction in philosophy of science. You can look it up right now, not lying. When you try to prove the philosophical assumptions of science empirically, you have no evidence for it. So if your demand for something's realness or your demand for something's existence is based on empirical evidence, then you violate your criterion of belief by even asking the question. You get what I'm saying? It's a contradiction. It's like a married bachelor or writing a sentence on a paper. This sentence is false. The position contradicts itself.
You believe in God is real, right? So me,
You're breaking up. Are you saying something? It's called the position you're advocating, Dwight, is
I'm
called
I'm
scientism.
asking if you believe God is real.
I believe God is real, but not because of empirical evidence. I'm not an empiricist.
Okay, what are you basing off? What are you basing your belief off of?
I'm basing it off of transcendental evidence. When you look at the world and the way the world is, what has to be true for the world to be the way it is? And the world shows order, the world shows design. We experience intelligibility in the universe, and that points to an intelligible, ontological, personal, transcendent ground. So the world proves to me that God exists. But you deny that, you reject that because you can't see God, because your demand for evidence for God is empirical. But when you demand that same evidence for the scientific assumptions or philosophical assumptions of science, if you use the same standard, Dwight, you have to reject science because it cannot prove its assumptions empirically.
Scientists do experiments then.
Scientists do experiments based on philosophical assumptions that they cannot prove empirically. They assume induction. They assume uniformity of nature. They assume causality. These are all philosophical principles that science is built on foundationally. If you reject those things, science cannot be done. But scientists acknowledge that they cannot prove these things empirically, but they still believe them. They still assume them. They still practice them. But you're saying that the demand for you to accept something to be true or real, it has to be proven empirically. If you apply that to science, Dwight, science has to be thrown out the window, just like you throw God out the window. You see the problem?
Science can be proven.
Okay, now you're on the table. Prove to me the uniformity of nature empirically. Go ahead. No scientist has ever been able to do that. Let's see if you can do it.
I could probably look it up.
All right, man, I recommend you do, because I'm going to warn you,
but just
no
because scientists
scientist.
don't have an answer for it now doesn't mean that they're like just because there's no proof of it now doesn't mean that there never will. Because I would much rather believe a scientist that studies things that can be shown and proven over just you know what, I'm telling you God is real, just trust me.
But that's not my argument. My argument is not, I'm telling you God is real, just trust me. I'm pointing out that your criterion for belief is violated by your standard of belief. So you're literally saying, this is my standard, Adrian, for believing in your God. It has to be empirically proven. Okay, prove to me empirically the scientific assumptions. Or rather, prove to me empirically the assumptions of science. You can't do it. So according to your standard,
what you mean
have
that
to throw
science
that
is
out.
real?
No.
You mean the science
according
is real?
To you. Wait. According to you, your standard, the assumptions of science are not real.
Why do you think they're not real when you can see the results?
Hold on. According to your standard, not mine, they are real. In my worldview, they're real. But according to your standard, they're not real, because unless they're proven empirically, they're not real. They're real to me.
Okay.
But to you, they're not, because your standard says if something is real, it has to be proven empirically.
Okay.
Those are beliefs, Dwight. Those are beliefs. They're assumptions about the world. They're beliefs. They can't be proven empirically. They're called beliefs. Are the beliefs true? No, they're not. To you, no, they're not, because they're not proven empirically, and they can't be. And when you look it up, you're going to get the shock of your life, because no scientist ever was able to prove induction or uniformity of nature or causality empirically. You know why they can't prove it, Dwight? Because in order for you to prove induction, you have to know the future. Because induction says that the future will resemble the past. Therefore, we can predict things. We can do science because there will be repeatable things, repeatable theories, repeatable expectations. That's all assumption. You don't know what tomorrow is going to be like. You got to assume tomorrow will resemble the past for you to do science. But nobody knows because they don't know the future. So the only way to know that these things are real is for you to know the future, but nobody does. So they have to assume it. Those are beliefs, Dwight. Beliefs, philosophical assumptions. Can't be proven empirically. So if you use your standard you're using against me, you have to throw science out the window.
Philosophy or science? Which one are you talking about?
Science is built on the foundation of philosophy, Dwight. That's why there's a field called the philosophy of science. It's built on philosophy, bro.
And there's also other fields of science too. also.
And I know that you know this. Science is a methodology. It's a methodology, and that methodology, it is built on the foundation of philosophy. As a matter of fact, the fathers of the scientific method, uh, um, Francis Bacon and the other guy, I can't pronounce his name. Francis Bacon, who not invented, made it popular, made the scientific method popular in his book Novum Organum in 1620. He wrote Novum Organum, and that's when the scientific method became famous. You know who that guy was? He was a Christian philosopher. He built his worldview on the fact that since the world was created by God and governed by him, we can expect that there will be regularity. We can expect that there will be order. We can expect these things to be the case because God governs the universe. You remove God out of the equation, all you have is blind chance acting on matter, which can't be proven empirically, man. So, as you said, you're going to do some more reading. So, do your thing and come back. But just remember, you are violating your criterion of belief when you demanded me to give you empirical evidence for my belief, but you have none for yours.
I mean, but I do have evidence for science being true
You have evidence for
because I can
models.
see it. It can be shown. There's no proof of God that you can show me.
No
So if
empirical
there's no
proof, but
proof that you can show me, why should I believe?
there is no. Okay, so why do you believe in induction then? Why the inconsistency, Dwight? Why do you believe in
And
induction?
I believe in science because you can see the results of a science experiment play out right in front of you.
Yeah, but why do you believe in the principle of causality and the principle of the uniformity of nature and induction when you can't prove those empirically? Why do you believe in them, Dwight?
What are you talking? I'm just talking about science.
We're talking about a methodology's foundation.
Okay. I'm still telling you
The
that I believe
methodology.
in science because science can be proven. Can it
As a
not?
matter of fact, Dwight, as you well know, every single scientific model is provisional and open to change. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know. That's the aim of science to prove itself wrong. That's why I believe in
Science
science
doesn't
because it's
prove.
always looking for the correct answer over the answer that is present
So
or an
science doesn't prove anything.
explanation that is what?
Science doesn't prove anything. Science gives explanational models for reality that
Okay,
can be
so if you
changed.
ask a scientist why the sky is blue and they tell you, you don't believe that scientist.
Of course, I believe the scientists, man. You're not hearing what I'm saying. I'm saying that the scientific conclusions are not proofs. They are explanational models for reality that can be rejected or accepted. They can be rejected or accepted because, as you well know, theories, even about cosmology, have changed over the years, which means that the scientific conclusions are not absolute. They're open to change, which means that every single conclusion that you say you know right now, you have to preface that by saying this. This is what is the consensus right now, but it could change tomorrow. So
Yes,
it
it
doesn't
could
give you
change
absolute.
tomorrow. If there's so
Exactly. So
if
you
there's
don't
proof,
have to.
so if there's proof of it that has changed tomorrow, I'll change my mind.
Okay, good, 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 good. And I love the consistency, but I haven't found the consistency where it needs to be, man. You said you demand empirical evidence for God, but you don't demand empirical evidence for the assumptions of science. Why the inconsistency, man? Are you sure that you don't believe in God because you don't have evidence for him, or is just because you want to live your life a certain way, and if you follow God, you have to change some things in your life? Are you sure that's the reason?
Nope. Nope, I just genuinely don't believe.
You don't believe because there is
No,
no
I don't.
empirical, and you do believe the assumptions of science, even though you have no empirical evidence for those.
I mean, science can be proven, God cannot be proven.
Science is a
Because you
methodology.
said, okay, you said
Science,
that, okay.
don't say science can be proven. The methodology of science is reliable. Say that. Don't say science can be proven. Science can be
I
proven
mean,
by
well, it
what?
can be proven. It can. It has been several
Okay,
times throughout history.
okay. Prove
Because,
to me. Prove to me, where's the empirical evidence for the law of causality? Let me ask
Like you keep talking about that. What is that? What is it?
that that the principle of cause and effect is true. The principle of cause and effect is true. That everything has a cause. Can you prove that empirically?
I mean, I probably can't, but somebody probably can. I don't know
You're
who.
gonna look it up tonight. You're gonna look it up tonight, Dwight, and you're gonna see that that cannot be proven empirically. The next one is the uniformity of nature. Can you prove that empirically?
What is the uniformity of nature?
It is the principle that the future will resemble the past. The sun will rise tomorrow. When I wake up, I'm not going to float out of my bed. I'm going to walk downstairs. When I put water to my mouth, the water is actually going to run into my mouth and down into my body. When I squeeze my toothpaste on my toothbrush, it's going to come down on my toothbrush and I'm going to brush my teeth. I expect those things to be the case tomorrow. That's uniformity of nature. That's why scientists do science. They expect that tomorrow will resemble the past. It's called the uniformity of nature. Can you prove that empirically?
I mean, I guess I can't personally.
Nobody can. Nobody.
Okay.
But do you? But do you believe in that principle, do I?
What you mean the? Oh wait, the uniformity of nature. That things are gonna happen with the same repeated result day in and day out. I mean, I,
You
I
believe
don't
that?
know, man. Anything can happen. Anything's possible. Like
So you
well,
don't
there's a
believe that.
chance the sun
You
could
don't
blow up
believe
tomorrow.
that.
There's a chance you could spill your shirt on, you could spill your shirt, your water on your shirt tomorrow. Anything can happen at any time. So it's not for certain, I think. I would say nothing
So you have.
is really certain.
So you.
So,
So Dwight, you have given up science because if every scientist thought the way you thought, no science would ever be done.
yeah, yeah, but that doesn't mean the experiments don't still have a place.
Of course they do. Of course they do. Experiments have a place in empirical evidence, and they have a place for empirical claims. If you make an empirical claim, then you should have empirical evidence for the claim. And that is the most reliable evidence to use for empirical claims when you make an empirical claim. But when you jump out of that category and you make a historical claim, then historical evidence is the most reliable.
Okay. What the fuck?
So all I'm pointing out to you, Dwight, is the inconsistency, bro. And this is what I see with a lot of atheists. You lack belief in God because you don't have any evidence for God. When I ask you, what do you mean by evidence? It always comes out that you mean empirical evidence. No Christian throughout history, if they know anything about the Bible, has ever claimed that God is an empirical entity that can be tested, repeated, demonstrated, or experimented on. So I'm going to give you the concession right now, and every Christian should. We don't have no empirical evidence for God. But if you say, okay, since you don't have that for God, I reject him. I don't believe in him. Okay, then that means you have to now reject science because science is based on things you can't prove empirically. But you're not going to do that. So all this shows me, Dwight, is that you're inconsistent.
I mean, I don't think I'm inconsistent. I'm just asking for answers.
You're asking for answers, and your question to me is, what's the empirical evidence for God? I told you there is none, and your question
Yeah, I
commits a
know. I know. Yeah, I know. I get that.
Yeah, your question commits a category error, and your worldview it defeats itself, man, because you can't prove your beliefs empirically. You believe the induction of the universe, you believe in uniformity of nature, you believe in the principle of causality. None of these things can be proven empirically, but you still believe them. So you're violating your criterion of belief by demanding me to give you evidence for God empirically, but you can't give me evidence for your worldview empirically.
I
But
mean,
it's
I think
okay,
it just
man.
depends
I
on the
encountered.
scenario because there's no scientific evidence that ghosts exist or paranormal creatures exist, but I also believe those exist, but I also believe in science. But I also believe those things exist too, but they go against science.
You
So I
believe
think it just depends.
that ghosts exist?
Of course, I've seen them.
You
You
believe
don't
that
have to
ghosts
believe me.
You don't believe that God exists?
Yes. Well, because I've seen a ghost. I've never seen God.
Okay.
Like I can give you the perfect example, and I want you to tell me if there is a rational explanation for it. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So when me and my wife first started dating, they lived in a house, and I had already been there plenty of times. I'm chilling on the couch, and I see a dude walk into their bathroom. I see his face, all that. He goes into the bathroom and he closes the door. I turn to my wife. I say, "Hey, I didn't know your brother lived here." And she said, "But my brother doesn't live here." I'm like, "So who's that dude that just walked into your bathroom?" And she's like, "Oh, I don't know. That's fine. Like, that's nobody." I'm like, oh, "Okay, so I'm probably tripping." Fast forward a couple years later, I walk into her sister's room and I see a picture of a dude. That picture, I look at it, I'm like, "Who is that man right there?" And she's like, "That's my cousin. He died in like 2006." And I tell my wife, I'm like, "Okay, that's the dude I saw walk into your bathroom." I've never known this man. I've never seen this man a day in my life before they showed me the picture of this man. But I had seen his face. I seen what he was wearing. I saw him walk into that bathroom and close the door. I saw him with my own two eyes because I have a picture of him. I can show, like, I can clear as day show you what he looked like, what he was wearing, his facial features, all that. How okay, how could you explain that? It goes against science. Yes, I know. But that's what I saw. How could you explain that?
That sounds consistent in my worldview, man. You saw a spiritual entity, man.
Yeah, I did.
Yep. You saw someone who
But it goes against science.
yeah, I'm
But
not
he
I'm not
did exist at some point. Like people already knew him. People saw him, heard him, felt him, smelled him. Like he was a real living person in this world. And I saw him before I even knew who he was.
yeah. Yeah, so that is consistent in my worldview. I can actually accept that what you're saying is true, but somebody who was an extreme empiricist is not going to accept it. There's even one in the chat right now who just said no such thing as a spiritual entity. This is so
I
embarrassing. I
mean,
night like this. I mean,
I mean,
wow. What I'm talking
I
about,
mean,
bro.
I even said it like at the beginning, like you don't have to believe me. It's just personal experience of what I seen, but I think it holds its place because he was a real person that was known in this world by different people, and he had a life, he had a family. People knew this man. Like this man had physical qualities that I saw and I could recognize when I saw a picture of him. So that's why I think it's real. But it goes against science,
Okay.
but well, because of course science says that ghosts aren't real. But like it's kind of like a flip flop type of thing. Because I'm not saying
Yeah.
I'm right. Like for all I know, God could be real and I could be completely wrong. Hey, and if I am wrong, hey, well, I won't know till I stop breathing. It'll happen one day. And if I'm wrong, I'm like, well, damn, shit, I guess I was wrong. And it'll be the end. It'll be just like that.
Yeah, man. All right. That's a pretty good story, man. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. And this was a good conversation, right?
I mean, yeah, I try to understand your point, but I just personally don't. But then again, I don't mean to have to be disrespectful to you. I don't got to
That's what
cuss
I
you out. Like I
mean.
don't got to do all that.
That's what I mean. Do you think that we were respectful to each other in this conversation?
Yeah. We've been respectful this entire time. I've had other Christians start yelling at me, calling me a devil worshiper. Like I've had all these type of
Oh, no, I'm not
negative
gonna.
and come on, man. Like we just have different opinions.
Official HR blog. Nope, host is disrespectful as hell. Okay, bro, you just earned yourself a mute. You have a good night.
Oh,
Not
well,
disrespect people. Not disrespect
I
people
don't
on
know
my
what's up with
panel.
that guy.
I never do, man.
If he disagrees with me, that's cool.
I never do
Oh
that.
shit.
I always start out. What I do, Dwight, is I match energy. If somebody comes up here all fiery and aggressive, I'm gonna be fiery and aggressive. They come up here calm and collected, I'm calm and collected. I'm not a pushover nor am I a walkover, but I'm gonna start off respectful all the time. And if you match energy just the same, when we start talking, you're gonna see that I'm calm and you're gonna be calm as well. All I was trying to point out, Dwight, is
I mean, I can respect that.
all I was pointing out is a double standard. That some atheists, they expect a specific standard for the Christian. They want to see empirical evidence, but they don't apply that standard themselves when they talk about science. And so you said you were going to do some reading, so just do some more reading on it, man, and you'll see that I wasn't lying to you. That there are philosophical assumptions of science. I could actually tell you what they are now, but I don't want you to take my word for it. The philosophical assumptions of science. Let me pull this up on my document. Philosophical assumptions of science. Here we go. All right, so we have the uniformity of nature. We have the existence of an external, objective world independent of our minds. I mean, that's a very good question. If I were to ask you, how do you know with absolute certainty that there is a world that exists externally to your mind?
I mean, I don't know, man. Like, this thing could be a simulation for all I know.
That's a good
Like,
one, isn't it?
like that's the crazy thing about life. You don't know. Like, everybody has different ideas. Everybody has different conclusions. And I'm just like, I mean, I don't know. We could be living in a simulation. Like, the reincarnation could be real. This could be the only life you get. And if you waste it, you're SOL. I mean, there's different possibilities, but nobody really knows until, it's that day that you stop breathing. And whatever happens after that, nobody else knows.
And that's the point, though, and that's what I was pointing out, that even this assumption that there is an external world objective to our mind, that's an assumption that is made by scientists. But you just admitted that there's no real way of knowing. It's assumed. But they can't prove it empirically either. They have to assume it. So these are beliefs that are held in the scientific community. And the foundation of science is based on beliefs and assumptions about the world. That if you don't believe them, if you don't accept them, you can't do science and you won't do science. So I was only pointing out the double standard, that when an atheist says to me, Adrian, what is the empirical evidence for God? I'm like, I don't have any. There is none. And you don't have any either for your foundation. So we are both at the mercy of the same argument if we apply them both ways.
Because I'm gonna just tell you, like, I personally don't believe, because I personally don't think it's real, but I also can't prove that God isn't real either. I don't have any proof. Like, I'm just telling you, I'm just being real with you. I don't have proof that God isn't real.
Thank you for that, man. And I hope that maybe one day God appears to you and you see him and then you believe, because he tends to do that sometimes.
I mean, shit, man. You never know. It could happen. Yeah, I will just know. I mean, the day it happens, like, we'll know.
The same way you talk about how you saw that man who passed away. There are people with testimonies about that, of God appearing to them, and they believe in him after that. There are testimonies out there like that about God. So all I can do is hope that happens for you, if that's what is going to be. If you never change your mind on what you demand of God, he could appear to you physically if he wants to save you, or he could just leave you in your deception. It all depends on him at the end of the day.
Yeah, true. Like, but I'm about to head off, man. Like, you have a good night, and I appreciate you being respectful.
Same to you, Dwight. Have a good night.
All right, man. You too.
Amnon.
Yo, how you doing?
Doing okay. How you doing?
I just wanted to bring out Jeremiah 23 for what he was saying.
Go ahead.
let me find the verse.
Are you looking for it?
Yeah, I found it. I got it. Jeremiah 23:16. It says, "Thus saith the Lord of hosts, do not listen to the words of the prophets who prophesy to you, filling you with the vain hopes. They speak visions of their own minds, not from the mouth of the Lord. They say continual to those who despise the word of the Lord, it shall be well with you. And to everyone who stubbornly follows his own heart, they say no evil shall come upon you." So I'm just bringing that out because he was talking a lot of from like the vain imaginations of his own heart and talking about how he felt about God instead of what the Bible says and the truth about God.
Yeah. I was pointing out to him that atheists are wasting their time when they talk to Christians and demand that we give them empirical evidence for God. God is not a physical entity; He's a spiritual being. So when you say, "What's the empirical evidence for God?" you're committing a category error. There is no empirical evidence for God as an entity. You can't see him. You can't touch him. He has the ability to become corporeal as he did in the Old Testament, but that's all up to him. So the demand doesn't fit rationality. And I was pointing out to him every single time I do this, I always pointed out their demand for evidence from us, they commit a fallacy and they also violate their criterion of belief when they ask us to give them evidence because their world,
Also,
they don't
Matthew
believe
16:4.
they don't believe anything without physical evidence. That means they can't believe science because science is based on assumptions that are not empirically proven, and they can't be empirically proven. But they don't want to focus on that.
Matthew 16:4 says, this is Christ, a wicked and adulterous generation seeks after a sign. There shall no sign be given unto it, but the sign of the prophet Jonah. So yeah, he might be looking for a sign all his life. He might never get one because there's already been a sign.
Yeah,
He
you're so
died.
right, bro. Amen
He
to that.
died
Amen to
and
that.
rose 3 days.
Orion, science is based on evidence and repeatability. No.
A wicked and perverse.
Science is based on philosophical assumptions. The conclusions of science provide evidence and repeatability. The conclusions of science. But science itself is a methodology. It's a methodology that is based on philosophical assumptions. Don't believe me. Look it up for yourself. Don't believe me. The foundation of science is philosophy. The foundation of science is philosophy. That's not the only assumption, Orion. Don't do that. Don't do that. Look it up, bro. Look it up. There are at least 10 assumptions of science. Hey, Amnon, thanks for coming, bro.
No problem, man. Have a good night.
Same to you. Keep me in your prayers, all right?
All right.
Orion, just do a quick Google search, man, or go read a philosophy book or something. Science is not science is not based on one assumption. It's based on multiple assumptions. All right, let me bring up Darth. Oh, Darth isn't here. Oh, there he is. Let me bring up Darth. Darth, I'm getting my practice in, man. I'm getting my practice in. The more I practice, is the better I get at what you taught me.
Yeah, that guy you were talking to earlier, Dwight, was an idiot. You see, the smarter they are, the more devious and deceptive they'll be. But when they're intellectually inept and they know very little, then trying to communicate to them is very difficult because it's like you're talking to a 12-year-old.
It was difficult a little bit because it wasn't getting into his brain that he was committing a fallacy and violating his criterion of belief when he demanded evidence of me. I couldn't get it past his brain.
No, and whether they're intellectually inept or not is they don't want to understand. All they want to do is they want to advance their atheist cliches and nothing else. What he was doing when he was demanding evidence is he's doing atheological apologetics, right? And that is to communicate in some sense that they're neutral, right? They're not accurately representing the true nature of their position, that they are God deniers. Now, when you question them, and if they identify as an atheist and you say, do you deny God? Some of them will say yes. But then when you ask them to unpack that, they instantly bait and switch via the Mott and Bailey fallacy to a state of incredulity. So the bottom line is,
Wait, say that again.
the Mott and Bailey fallacy is a fallacy where some...
Mountain belly fallacy.
The Mott and
Wait,
Bailey
Nark, you're
fallacy.
breaking up. You're breaking up. You're cutting out. Mott and belly.
The Mott and Bailey fallacy is where somebody portends they're going to defend a more difficult proposition, but when they start defending it, they switch to an easier to defend proposition, which is not the original one. So this is why atheists have attempted to co-opt the standard definition of atheism from the denial of God to a lack of belief. That's a Mott and Bailey fallacy.
When they pretend is when they portend to defend a hard position, but then bait and switch at the end.
Yeah, so they start off with a difficult proposition. Then when they present themselves, or as I said, portend to defend the proposition, they actually switch to an easier to defend proposition that resembles but is not the difficult proposition. So rather than defend the non-existence of God, they just invoke and defend incredulity. I just want evidence, man. Just give me evidence.
I'm just not convinced.
So when they ask you for evidence for God, just ask
I'm
them
not
this
convinced. Give me
question.
evidence. Incredulity. Yeah. I get that a lot, man. I
Okay.
get that.
Okay. So when you ask me for proof or evidence for God, are you asking me to falsify your God denialism? That's going to stop them dead in their tracks, and you're going to hear crickets. It's because they are very reluctant or reticent to admit the true nature of their position is God denialism. While some of them will admit to God denialism, they will always backpedal and camouflage it or represent it as kind of lacktheism or a psychological report wherein they have an absence of a positive belief. Almost all of them do this. Okay.
Yeah, I'm writing this
I
down.
can't
I'm
tell
writing
you.
this down.
I've asked hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of atheists, do you deny God? Yes. Can you tell me why God doesn't exist? Because there's no evidence for God. Then I respond, how does it follow from your claim that God does not exist? And then you either hear crickets or they go, you're shifting the burden of proof. You're shifting the burden of proof. Polly wants a cracker. No, I'm not shifting the
I
burden.
mean, that doesn't logically follow that if they don't have any evidence for God, therefore God doesn't exist.
Well, first of all, the statement there's no evidence for God is not a sustainable claim. They're just staking out the position, although they might not express it this way. They're staking out the position that the world is an illusion of ultimate intentional design. See, the only two options are the world appears to be designed. The world appears to be the product of ultimate intentional design because it is. And if that is not accepted, their only epistemological stance is to stake out that the world is an illusion of design. Now, remember, I'm framing the dialectic from the Christian point of view. The mistake we Christian apologists make is that at times, and we're all guilty of it, including myself, we let them frame the narrative. We should not allow them to do that. Okay? So the point is when they say there's no evidence for God, what that amounts to is a claim to that the world is an illusion of design. Now, most of these people are ignoramuses, and they're not even aware that dozens and dozens and dozens of atheist academics with PhDs all admit in their own writings that the world appears to be designed, but they attempt to neutralize that by saying it's an illusion of design. The very nomenclature of natural selection, the terminology that Charles Darwin used, is basically a claim that the biological complexity is an illusion of intentional design brought about by natural contingencies, natural selection. He called it natural selection because, first of all, Darwin was well studied in the apologetics in his day and the intelligent design of his day by the writings of William Paley. So what he was offering in The Origin of the Species was the flip side of the apologetics that the world appears to be designed because it is. You know, William Paley came out with the watchmaker argument. So that's why Richard Dawkins entitled his book The Blind Watchmaker. So why would Dawkins, being as smart as he is, and he is a smart guy, I have contempt for him, but I still respect that he's a very smart guy, very smart. The book is called The Blind Watchmaker, which is the equivalent of saying the world is an illusion of design brought about by natural contingencies, giving the appearance of ultimate intentional design. So what you need to do is you need to contextualize it from a biblical point of view, even though they're not going to accept it. Because when they say, give me evidence, first of all, they're not neutral bystanders. So when they say, oh, I want evidence for God, say, okay, let me get this straight. You want evidence for God being the absolute single causal first principle for everything, right? And they're going to say, yes. Say, good, okay. Say, are you consistent with that criterion in your view? Do you have empirical evidence for the something else that you think replaces God that causally imposes the unity and diversity of the world? No, they don't. See, it's a little gotcha game. Regardless of what you said is evidence for God, they're just going to go, no, it's not. See, you're playing their game, right? So what you have to do is you have to recontextualize it. And when I have done that, it totally blindsides these people. So I'll simply say, when you're saying there's no evidence for God, what you're saying is that the overwhelming appearance of design is an illusion of design, and that's why it's not evidence for God. Because if you didn't consider it to be an illusion of design, then the world appearing to be designed would indicate, therefore, it is designed because of the impossibility of the contrary. See, I'm using the impossibility contrary strategy in Van Til's tag argument to Romans 1. The world overwhelmingly appears to be designed because it is, with the impossibility of the contrary. And the appearance of design is God's revelation. So what I'm doing is I'm just simply rewording Romans 1. Ever since the beginning of the creation of the world, God's eternal powers, his divine nature, have been clearly seen through everything that has been made, so that men are without a defense. When it says without a defense, that's the impossibility of the contrary. Welcome, Zam. What would you like to talk about?
You're so full of shit. How do you know it's one God? How do you know it's not multiple gods?
Okay. How old are you, Zam?
45.
Okay. Well, I'm 64, so I'm not quite double your age. I know you disagree with me, but why so hostile?
Because you're so full of shit.
That's not answering my question, Zam.
You're full of shit. You go, yeah.
Okay, Zam. I'm a co-moderator here. Zam, I'm a co-moderator. Zam, I don't want to have to kick you. Okay, I'm a co-moderator here. Now, screaming and ranting at me like an angry teenager doesn't make you look good. It's not going to get you anywhere. Now, if you want to intelligently, can you not interrupt me? Can you stop interrupting me, please?
You come from. Your position is so weak that all you can do is say it appears to be crazy.
Okay, so what you're signaling me now,
your argument right now alone shows that there is no God. You have no evidence for the God. You have to come up with some bullshit to prove your God.
Okay.
Don't come up with all this other bullshit. Just prove that God exists. Just like scientists prove that evolution is happening.
Okay.
Using testable and repeatable.
Okay. Zam.
And falsifiable
Zam,
evidence.
I'm trying to talk with you, and I don't want to have to kick you. I've warned you several times, and you're being off the charts rude and obnoxious. If you want me to take you seriously as an intellectual opponent, you're going to have to conduct yourself maturely from here on out, or I'm going to have to kick you. Okay? Now, giving an angry rant does not mean you're giving a robust defense of your position. Okay? Now, can you please explain to me, do you know who Richard Dawkins is? Your microphone is muted, Sam.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know who Richard Dawkins is?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think he's a smart guy?
Yeah.
Okay. He wrote a book called The Blind Watchmaker. And in that book, he's talking about the world in terms of the biological spectrum. And he said biology is the study of extremely complicated things that appear to be designed, but were not. Do you agree or disagree with him? You have a lot of background noise, Sam.
But that's his opinion. Just like Einstein, he stated an opinion.
Okay.
But
Zam, if you don't, I'm about to remove you if you don't address my question.
Just because something appears to be designed doesn't prove God or gods.
Okay, can you focus on what I'm saying to you? Now, Richard Dawkins says the biological systems in toto are so complex that they appear to be designed, but they were not. Okay? Do you agree with him?
I agree, but they weren't.
Okay. So now, if you go on to ChatGPT or Gemini and ask it to extract dozens and dozens of citations or quotations from atheist academics, you will find that they're in all pretty much agreement that yes, the world appears to be designed, but it is an illusion of design of naturalistic mechanisms. This is uncontroversial among atheist academics with PhDs. Okay? So the appearance of design from the smallest to the grandest scale is literally uncontroversial and not actually debatable. Now, how you respond to the appearance of design would be considered to be controversial. So either the world appears to be meticulously designed at all scales because it is, or one will have to conclude that the world appears to be designed, but that it is an illusion of design of naturalistic mechanisms. So that's the true dialectic there. Okay, do you understand?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, do you agree with that dichotomy?
Yeah, I see where it comes from.
Okay. Now, if something overwhelmingly appears to be a certain way, and we have no reason to the contrary, then we generally accept how something appears. In addition, when the contrary to the overwhelming appearance of something is impossible, then we conclude that the way things appear that way because they are. Do you agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the world overwhelmingly at a mind-boggling level from the quantum scale all the way up the atomic, molecular, chemical, biological, all the way up the cosmological scale, the world overwhelmingly appears to be the product of ultimate intentional design. And there is no way to ground that the world is an illusion of design. Not only is there not any way, it's an impossible task because you would have to show in your defense that the world is an illusion of design that there are God-independent contingencies cascading into an illusion of design. Do you think it's possible to show that there's even one or more God-independent contingencies?
one, like God or gods, is what you're saying?
Can you, in order to defend that the world is an illusion of ultimate intentional design, and I told you that that's an impossible thing to do. I said because you'd have to establish that there are one or more God-independent contingencies then resulting via a mechanism to the illusion of design. Is it rationally possible to ground that there are any God-independent contingencies?
No.
I didn't hear you.
No.
Okay, so I've just now given you a proof. We have an overwhelming positive case that the world appears to be the product of intentional design with the impossibility of its denial or negation.
Appears is not proof.
You know, I'm not, okay, I'm going to ask you a question and I'm not trying to throw you under the bus. Okay? It's a personal question. All right? Have you been drinking?
No.
Okay. So I'm now beginning to wonder, maybe you have short-term memory. You have just acknowledged a minute ago that the world appears to be designed. Okay? This is an uncontroversial position that all parties in the know on either side of the issue agree upon. The world appears to be designed. Now, what we do with the appearance of design is another thing. So either we take it that the world appears to be designed because it is, or the world appears to be designed because it's an illusion of design of God-independent mechanisms. Now, if we have an overwhelming positive case for something combined with the impossibility of its denial, do we have a solid case?
No.
What?
No.
Okay. So now the conversation is pretty much over because you just revealed to me that you're colossally stupid.
No.
Okay? Because that's how you operate. Listen carefully. Listen carefully. All right, bye. You're okay, bye.
All the evidence
okay.
shows. Yeah.
Bye. Goodbye. So I removed him. He was monumentally ignorant. He was a glittering jewel of ignorance. And he said he was in his 30s.
That's the most patience I've seen from you in a while. Because the moment he came up and insulted me in that way, he would have been kicked. You exercise more patience than I would have done.
Yeah, I demonstrated what a colossal moron he is. Okay.
Wow. I'm so glad I got this on live so that I can hear the argument laid out one by one. He admitted to everything and agreed to everything.
And he contradicted himself.
He had contradicted himself at the end. That was so amazing. I'm gonna put that. I'm gonna have to transcribe that, man. I'm gonna have to put that in something.
Okay. And so he first he denied that the world appears to be designed. Then when I walked him through it, he had to admit that yes, the world appears to be designed, but it's an illusion of design. And then when I showed him the impossibility, and he agreed with the impossibility defending that the world is an illusion of design by virtue of God-independent contingencies, right? I then showed him that when we have an overwhelming positive case for something combined with the impossibility of its negation, then we have a solid case. Everything that he believes in, probably with few exceptions, from his perspective, is because he thinks he has a positive representation of it with the difficulty or non-actuality of its refutation. Okay? So I'm just simply applying a standard of his own reasoning about the world to the existence of God. And what just goes to show you, because he desperately does not want there to be a God, he abandons his own criterion that when you have overwhelming positive case that something is a certain way, combined with the absence of refutation and or the impossibility of its negation, then the positive case wins out as being true. But he did want to accept. Now, if we were talking about anything else and use that criterion, like we have an overwhelming positive case that oxygen and water are necessary for humans to remain alive, with the impossibility of its negation. And he would say, yeah, that goes. And I could go down the laundry list of any number of things that he believes because we have positive reasons for it. Remember, he asked for evidence. Okay. I gave him evidence for God. The world appears to be designed with the impossibility of its denial. Right? So if something appears to be a certain way, that's evidence that it is that way, especially when we, in the absence of a defeater and or the impossibility of its negation. So I gave him what he requested, but he doesn't want to accept that there's a God. He probably has an alcohol or a marijuana problem. And this is why these people, or, it could be, pornography or sexual issues, but this is almost always the case with these people. They say they want evidence, and then when you show them point blank that the world is evidence for God with the impossibility of its denial, they just irrationally deny that it's evidence when we demonstrated them through logic that it is.
What do you say? What do you say if they give you a follow-up question to that and say, okay, so how do you know it's a Christian God?
Well, then we go from natural revelation to special revelation. So in order to know that the Christian God is, we have to recount or recapitulate the Christian God's revelation of himself. How has God done that? He has spoken to various individuals propositionally through the prophets, ultimately in Jesus Christ. That revelation has been given propositionally and codified and providentially preserved until Christ returns in the Christian scriptures. That revelation that God has given us reveals that he is the single causal first principle, that he is the sum of all perfections, and that without him, you couldn't know anything. Without him, you couldn't speak intelligibly about anything because you won't have any absolute within your model of reality for anything to mean anything. So the revelation that the Christian God has given is impossible to deny. Okay?
Amazing. Yeah.
So what I'm doing, so when the natural revelation, a lot of intelligent design advocates would be cheering on, but you see, what I've actually done is I'm not using an intelligent design argument in the sense that I'm reasoning abductively. I'm not reasoning that the appearance of design is the best explanation. What I am saying is it is the only explanation. So I'm presenting the design rationale in a transcendental way. That's the mistake that intelligent design advocates make. Now, it's not that they're wrong in pointing out all these different things that are emblematic of design. They are correct, but they're incorrect when they present it abductively. So what I did is, so God had, in order for God to be known, like I have this book dealing with it's a book on Revelation. Let me see if I can pull it up here. Just give me a second. I'll give you it's just a brief quote. Let's see, Revelation. It's a rare book, but I found it on archive.org. Okay, let's see. Where's that book? Okay, just give me a second.
Yeah, sure.
It's a real short clip about God and Revelation. Okay, let's see.
What you said was if there's an overwhelmingly positive case for something, the impossibility of its denial, then it is rational to accept it. It is rational to
And
support
it's
it.
objectively demonstrable.
Right. And the thing being discussed is that the universe appears to be designed. It's not an illusion of design. It does appear to be designed.
Yeah. Okay, where's this book? Let's see. Just give me a second. I hate it when I can't. It's here. Just give me a second.
That would be observable evidence. you can actually see.
Well, the world
universe
around you is the observable evidence. They want to say it's not. So,
you
you
can
know,
literally see what was designed. You can literally see it.
mm-hmm.
You just gave me
Yeah. Well,
something that
what I'm just giving them Romans 1, and I'm invoking it in a philosophical and logical and metaphysical. I could kick myself because I can't find the book. Where is it? Okay, let's see. Well, anyway, the guy says in the book that, oh, here it is. It's General Revelation. No wonder I couldn't find it. Okay, it's called General Revelation: Historical Views. By the way, that's in the theology folder. If you've downloaded the resource, that's in the theology folder, and I personally got this off of archive.org. Okay, so this is page 13 of first page of chapter 1. The primary question in theology must be, what is our source of our knowledge of God? It says this: it is certain that nothing can be known of what Luther called the hidden God, save as God stoops in kindness to disclose himself. And then he says this: God must reveal himself if he is to be known, and only God can make known God. So when we argue for God, it must be cashed out or contextualized as revelation of God to us. Okay, so that's what Romans 1 does. So whatever facet of human existence that we're using, and Van Til said, we can take anything, any statement that anyone makes, like ice cream tastes good or the sky is blue, and we can use that as a springboard to go into the transcendental argument for God. So although tag, when it is represented in a truncated form or placed very simply, we're not I don't want to say upfront talking about revelation, but it's nonetheless there. Because you couldn't use the transcendental argument for God if God's revelation wasn't inherent or implicit within the transcendental argument for God.
right.
So when we say that God is a necessary precondition of all things, well, we know this because God has revealed himself through creation, revelationally, with the impossibility of this denial, being the perfect single causal first principle. Therefore, he's the necessary precondition for all things. And we can also cash that out ontologically as well. But we're not just cashing it out ontologically, we're doing it both ontologically and epistemologically. Okay. All right. Somebody wanted to come up here. They dropped the invite. Shaquille Oatmeal. I have actually conversed with 8 or 9 atheists with PhDs. Okay. And by the way, I don't hide in my echo chamber. Come on up, Shaquille, and explain to me how you say I hide in my echo chambers when I regularly attempt to go on atheist streams. I attempted to go on several atheist streams today. Okay.
That's something I'm not doing. Nah, I'm good.
I understand your reluctance because it's a cesspool out there, and I have to hire a power washer to get all the filth off me when dealing with these people.
Nah, I'm done with that. Nah, they dogpile too much. There's no
Exactly.
They're not civil. They're not civil at all. I'm done. I'm
Well,
never going
that's
on
one
an
of their
atheist panel.
that's one of their tactics. So Shaquille, explain to me how you say I'm hiding in my echo chambers when I attempt to regularly go on atheist streams. Oh, look at that. He's not coming up. He's not responding. You see, you're a liar, Shaquille. So again, read and study the paper Atheological Apologetics. In addition, in the same folder, it's in the atheist folder, in the anti-atheist folder within the atheist folder, and in there's a folder of Scott Schakowsky's papers. In there is the Atheological Apologetics, but there's also another shorter paper that is a must-read called Atheist Teleology. And he takes to task how they smuggle in atheist teleology when they attempt to argue there's no evidence for God. But you see, the paper is really good. It really inspired me. And by the way, Schakowsky, as far as I know, I don't know that he's a believer. He might be, he might not be. He's not rabidly, pro-Christian that I know of. But he is nonetheless a very brilliant thinker. And he shows in the paper Atheist Teleology how they're smuggling in their God denialism without being upfront about it. That's what Dwight was doing. They're camouflaging or masquerading their God denialism in the vocabulary or phraseology of neutrality or incredulity by saying, give me evidence.
Right.
This is a critically important concept, not only to understand and know, but to constantly keeping that at the forefront of your thinking every single time you talk with them. They will, for the most part, with some exceptions, be foisting incredulity. Now, occasionally they might try to argue God doesn't exist. But those kind of arguments are miserable failures. Like when they talk about the problem of evil or the incompatibility of divine foreknowledge and human freedom, these are all fallacious. So that's why the overwhelming majority of atheists, not all of them, but the overwhelming majority of them, some will be directly upfront about denying God and some will not, and they'll hide behind lacktheism. But both of those camps of the majority of atheists will be advancing incredulity, that they're justified in withholding positive belief in God in the absence of so-called evidence. This is their shtick. Okay? But the point is, they're not justifying their claim. That's why I argue the way I do, that the world overwhelmingly appears to be designed from the smallest quantum scale all the way up to the cosmological level, and that it's uncontroversial. Do this experiment yourself when you have some free time. Go on to Gemini and ChatGPT and say, you say, Gemini or ChatGPT, give me 24 quotations from atheist academics with PhDs where they admit in writing that the world appears to be designed, but they then go on to qualify that it's an illusion of design by naturalistic occurrences. And so this is what these ignoramuses don't want to admit. That's that last guy that I talked to. He first denied it, but then I got him to admit that, yes, the world appears to be designed. But then when I showed him that when something appears overwhelming to be some way, with no defeaters in sight, and or the impossibility of its denial, then we have a solid objective proof for something. And that's what Romans 1 says. Romans 1 says, ever since the beginning of the creation of the world, God's divine power, his divine nature, his eternal powers have been clearly seen through everything that has been made, so that men are without a defense. That's the appearance of design with the impossibility of the contrary. Welcome, Luciani.
He said that you're scared of him, so I brought him up.
Yeah.
Okay, how am I scared of you? I don't even know who you are.
Can we get the argument that God exists?
I didn't understand you.
Did you not hear me, or do you not know what I mean?
No, you were too close to your microphone.
I said, can we get the argument that God exists?
Yeah, haven't you been listening to me since I've been on here?
Well, I was like off my
Okay,
phone.
good. Okay, I'll go over it all over again. Everything that the world presents to us from the smallest possible scale from the quantum level all the way up the atomics, molecular, chemical, biological, and up to the cosmological scale. The world overwhelmingly, mind-bogglingly, and uncontroversially appears to be the product of ultimate intentional design, with the impossibility of its rational denial via claiming it is an illusion of design. Now, if you decide to argue against the appearance of design, you're either lying or you are ignorant, because atheist academics all accept this, that the world appears to be designed. Your only option to rebut what I have said is to argue that the world is an illusion to design by naturalistic mechanisms. Okay? So I've given you a positive case for God's existence. What? Okay, dude, how old are you?
That's not relevant either.
Okay, sir, I'm a moderator here. We're going to try one more time. If you decide to be a jackass, I'm going to kick you. Now, I will ask you one more time. How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay.
So,
do you know why I ask?
you're insecure or something? I don't know.
Okay. Insult me. Apologize right now or you're gone. Okay, you're blocked. Yeah, he's a troll. Okay, bye, little boy. Little girly man, little 14-year-old trapped in a 19-year-old body.
This guy's 19. That guy's a kid, man. A kid.
Well,
kid.
you know what, Adrian, you seem like a guy's guy, a man's man, right? I can't imagine you at 19 would giggle like a schoolgirl, on microphone. No, I can't see you giggling. This guy's giggling like a little schoolgirl. You see, this is what they do when you present reasoning, and either they haven't heard it before or they're gobsmacked. And by that, I mean they're a deer in the headlights. They don't know what atheist cliches to respond with. Then they start being snarky and rude and evasive. Okay?
Yep.
So what I'm doing is I'm giving Romans 1 in simply rewording it in a way that is doing so that Van Til would be pleased with. I really want you to read a book. It's in the Van Til folder. It's called Van Til and the Use of Evidence. It's a short little book written by Tom Notaro. I couldn't find a copy anywhere, so I had to splurge and spend $45 for it. But you'll find the PDF of it in there. Van Til is not against the use of classical arguments or evidences, but they have to be properly and biblically contextualized in a transcendental way. Because when they're not, then we're reasoning abductively with the unbeliever.
Mm-hmm. And I'm so happy because I'm actually looking at the book looking up the book in the folder right now.
Fruit Brute, come on up. Yeah. You see, if you say that my saying the world overwhelmingly appears to be designed because it is, with the impossibility of the contrary, then you too will be guilty when you stake out that the world is an illusion of design. You too will be guilty of question begging. Okay? But it's not question begging. I'm simply stating that something appears to be a certain way. And by the way, it's not question begging. If I tell you it appears to be raining outside, okay, that's not question begging. Okay? Come on up, Fruit Brute. I'll be glad to talk with you. But something tells me that you're a little coward and you're not going to come up. Come up. No, I don't dialogue with people in the chat, so I'm going to mute you right now. Because when you talk about it being question begging, then that sends red flags. There was nothing question begging about it. Okay, let's mute Dinkle. Oh, he's blocked already on my account. We'll mute him. Fly Garrett, come on up. Support your contention. I'll be glad to talk with you about it and show you how your supposition is Incoherent. Come on up, the fly. Okay, let's mute him. Notice how these people come into the chat. They shoot their mouths off, and yet they don't have, a spine to come up here. Do you know that went on a couple of atheist streams today, and right out of the gate, they're rude, obnoxious.
Yeah. That's why I don't go on any of their streams. I don't have the patience for that stuff.
Okay, I'm going to mute you, Fly, because you're not coming up. Okay, you keep on making grandiose statements, and you're not backing it up.
Yeah, you saved me.
This is what they do.
I was just about to mute him. Because he kept on just commenting. Drive-by heckler.
Well, I can just talk about just from an ontological point of view, and that.
Hey, wait, Darth. Was it Van Til Papers or Van Til Books? What's the folder called again?
Okay, just in the main folder, just go where it says Van Til.
Van Til.
Okay, in there, it should be in the main Van Til folder. Okay, and scroll down where it says Van Til and the. Let me just double check to make sure it's in the right folder. Van Til and the use of evidences. Just give me a second.
Let me see. Van Til and the use of evidence.
Yeah, it's in the folder should say Van Til Books and Great Articles. That's what it says on my hard drive.
I saw that. That. Van Til.
And if you look down for the book, Van Til, there's two versions. One non-highlighted, and the other one is highlighted by me. And if you read that book, you have to send me a coupon for a free Big Mac because the highlighting was very expensive. Okay. I'm not giving my highlighted version. I'm not giving my highlighted versions for free anymore. I want a coupon for a Big Mac.
Van Til's books. wait. I'm in the folder that says Van Til Books and Great Articles, and then after that, where do I go now?
No, just scroll down until you see Van Til and the use of evidence.
All right. I'm going to do it now. Van Til and the use of evidence.
Not the folders, but just the files.
There are a lot of files in here, so I'm scrolling down.
Yeah, scroll down to the bottom where it says Van Til, and it should be green.
Yeah, found it.
Okay, it's a short book, but it's a brilliant book. And you know what's funny? I paid $45 for it several years ago, and then I scanned it.
It's a scan.
And I thought, I scanned it, but it was a paperback book from like the early 1980s, and I'm going, oh well, that's going to destroy because that's what typically happens when you scan paperback books. But it was such a high quality paperback book, it didn't affect the binding at all. I couldn't believe it. I was just like, I'm going, wow, this is a miracle. But that's a really good copy. Did you
scan it yourself, or did you take it somewhere for it to be scanned?
No, I did it myself. I've scanned a lot of books myself.
Wow, it's actually pretty good. It's actually pretty good.
Yeah. So
that way you never. That way you keep it forever, and that doesn't go away.
Well, I have a laptop, I have an iPad, and now I can have my library of books. All right, I can have it with me everywhere I go.
That's what I mean. Yeah,
all on my iPod, on my iPad.
You gave me. I literally now have a books I can't even count on my iPad because of you. So I mean, that's a blessing, bro. That's a blessing.
Well, you know what? I am going to hold you accountable if you do not name your first dog or puppy after me. It's got to be called Darth. you're going to be walking the.
I'm gonna
You're going
hold.
to be
I will.
walking the
I
dog. You're going
will.
to be walking the dog, and you go, "Oh, what a cute dog! What's his name?" It's Darth, and you're like, "Darth? Why would you name your
Yeah.
dog that?" Say, it's a long story.
Yeah. It's a long story, man. A long story.
I'm not
Yeah.
cheap, man. I'm not cheap. I want to be
It's
named after a
amazing. I
dog.
got it. Oh, damn! I can't
Woof.
show you. I see. Yo, you scanned this pretty good. They all look so even. Everything. I'm gonna open
Well,
this in my.
I really had to flatten it on the scanner.
I can tell. I can tell.
Um,
I can
Now
tell.
I've scanned other books. That I couldn't find anywhere else. I have my own scanner on a an inkjet printer, but
Yeah.
I use the library scanner, which is it's really fast. But in order to you do that, I have to destroy the spine of the book so that every page lies flat. But fortunately, it's only been, I would say, I don't know, not a lot, maybe 10 or 15 books that I've had to scan in. For each book, it takes a couple of hours.
Yeah.
But I've been able to get a lot of books off of archive.org. So, like I just got a
This is
book
amazing.
I found floating around on the internet. It's called, give me a second. That's not it. Date added. Oh, it's called, wait a minute, where is it? Oh, it's called Darwinism, Design, and Public Education. All I could find was a very crappy online. So I was able to extract much better quality images from archive.org, and then I ran it through optical character recognition. So I've got. If I had had these books when I was 23 or 24, I don't think I would have gotten married. Because this is
Oh
just a
boy.
lifetime supply. This is just a lifetime supply, you know.
Man, I literally have to schedule when I read and when I study because I'm married and I don't want to get in the way of my wife and nice time. She'll cuss me out. I don't want that to happen.
Well, that's what Paul says. You got to care for the wife, and the family.
Yeah, you kind of do. There's this guy here named Angry Reddit Atheist. He's
Oh,
requesting up.
no, he's a psycho. I mean, I'll give him another chance, but he's not going to let. He's just going to be a psycho.
And there's another one, Angry Anti-Theist. Wow.
Demonstrate that the theory of evolution is false. Please give a DOI number. Go ahead.
Okay, so
Wow.
do I have to? Okay, so do I have to kick
Number.
you again,
Yeah,
or are
give a
you
DOI
going?
number.
Please,
Suck my
please do
dick.
not, please do not,
Suck my dick.
please do not
Suck my
interrupt
dick.
me.
Yeah, don't beat me like your wife. Don't beat me like your wife.
What did I tell
Don't beat me
you?
like your wife
What
and
did
your
I
kids.
tell you?
Yeah, don't beat me like your wife and your
Told you he
kids.
was mentally ill. Bye. Never beaten anybody. I'm not guilty of domestic violence. This is internet Reddit slanders. You guys are pathetic.
Wow. Oh, wow.
Tiny, you're gonna be muted because you're a troll. Okay, see you, Tiny. I've tried to speak with Tiny on a dozen occasions. See, this is what they do. Look, I'm not trying to be funny. Most of these skeptics have mental problems. These are not normal adults. Normal adults do not think and act this way.
Let's see if
This is just
Angry
another.
Anti-Theist is angry or
Yeah,
calm.
this is the same guy again, I believe.
It's not.
Ah.
No, I'm pretty chill. How you guys doing?
Okay, good. Well, then that you'll be an exception to the rule because most atheists that we talk to are complete mentally deranged jackasses.
That's actually exactly the joke of my username. Thank you.
Okay. So, can you tell me now? I have a rule: no dodging, deflecting, or verbal disruption. Okay? You
Sure,
understand?
I do agree, but am I talking to you or Adrian?
Both of us, but right now you're talking to me.
Okay.
Yeah, you're
So can you?
you're talking to him. You're talking to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So can you? Can you tell me why there's no God?
Can you tell me why you have 3 DV
Okay. Okay.
charges against your
Uh,
ex-wife?
okay. No, I actually don't have charges, and now you're blocked.
Gary
Okay.
Milne
Good.
from Parsippany, New
Bye.
Jersey. That's not
Bye.
true. Gary Milne from
Goodbye.
Parsippany, New
Goodbye.
Jersey.
Bye. Bye. See you later. So once again, you see, I have all these stalkers and trolls, and they keep on reporting the same Reddit statements that I have domestic violence charges. No, I don't. It's never happened. You don't know what you're talking about. If it was true, I would admit it, but it never happened. Okay, so
The
yeah,
irony
so
of it, though, Dark, they literally have take time out of their day to come on a page where you're on just to accuse you of something you didn't do. The
yeah.
irony, boy.
Well, you know what? People write this stuff, on the internet, and they're like, "Oh, well, it must be true." Well, no, it's not.
Yeah, it's definitely
You know.
true. You're fucking docs on YouTube, jackass.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, go
why are you? You see, these people they're mentally ill. I'm sure you've heard of Trump derangement syndrome, where there's something called Darth Dawkins derangement syndrome.
Yeah, yeah. And Tiny should not come up either. He's a troll too, right?
I'll give him.
I'm not a
I'll
troll.
get. It's been a while. So the first second he's out of line, he's going to get blocked. Okay, so you have behaved badly on numerous occasions. You've been dishonest, deceitful, and evasive. Do it again,
It's
and it's
projection.
an instant block. Okay, so what do you want to talk about?
Yeah, I just want to talk about how the Bible fails in justification.
Well, here's the problem. In order that the Bible represents a comprehensive model of reality. Okay, even though you consider it to be fiction, right?
Not
I'm
a
not.
match to the concept of
Okay,
justice,
tiny,
mercy,
listen carefully.
omnipotence, omniscience.
Tiny.
They all contradict.
I'm about to block your account. You're doing what you have always did. You're simply ignoring what I'm saying to you, and that is devious and deceitful. Now, I asked you a question. I said the Bible represents for itself as being a comprehensive model of reality, even though you consider it to be fiction, correct?
Correct. It does not model reality.
Okay, sir. Listen very carefully. You are within a millimeter from getting ejected and blocked, okay? Does the Bible in the aggregate present itself as a model of reality?
Attempts to, but fails.
Okay, I didn't ask you if it fails, okay? We're going through this in little baby steps. Now, the Bible represents a worldview, a model of reality. Now, you are attempting to falsify that, correct?
Falsifies itself internally.
Okay, tiny, final warning. If you dodge one more time, you have repeatedly dodged. I don't know. Okay, goodbye. You're blocked. Bye, you're done.
Coward. You're
No, I'm not a coward.
You
Bye.
won't debate
Bye.
anybody
Bye.
academically. You don't understand anything about what you're talking about. Philosophically,
Bye. You're done.
Are
Bye.
a liar.
Bye.
You're a liar, Gary. Gary, you're a liar.
Bye.
I'm not leaving. Where am I? I'm still here. Look at that.
No, it's not working, so I got rid of you. Okay, so what happens is do not bring up Forrest Mendez. He's another stalker. Okay. So what they do is the trolls come out of the woodwork, right? Now, did you notice how I was willing to let bygones be bygones? And I warned him before he spoke. If you dodge, if you deflect, if you lie, you're going to get blocked. And what does he do? Every time I posted a question to him, he responded with a dodge while pretending to answer the question. Right?
Yep.
This is what pathological, mentally deranged deceivers they are, right? They are, I will say this in all honesty, I consider most of these people as being mentally and spiritually ill, because this is not normal behavior. That when you try to talk in a mature, intelligent way with these people, they ignore what you say, but they pretend like they're responding to what you're saying when they're not. They're just responding to you as an opportunity just to invoke their shtick, rather than address what the specifics of what's being addressed to them.
Oh, there's a lot of people in the request here. Have a look at them and see which one is not a troll.
All right, I'm looking.
Because I don't want to bring somebody up here again who's going to insult you. These people are different, man.
All right, I invited somebody up.
I think I saw someone come up just now. Did they jump back off? Whatever just came up. Let's see. There she is.
Welcome. Whatever. What do you want to talk about?
Well, so you were talking about how atheists are delusional. Is that what you were saying?
Okay. All right. Hold on a second. You need to get close to your microphone.
Please explain to me your philosophy about atheists.
Atheists are human beings who are in a current state of rebellion against God. They know God exists, but they don't want to be in God's world. So they come up with irrational and non-defensible talking points as to why they're rational in their denial of God.
Okay, so do you want to hear from an actual atheist? What you want to hear? My perspective?
Well, yeah, in a moment. But are you
So
familiar?
I can't speak now.
Okay, let's have a conversation here. Okay, now, are you familiar with me?
No.
Okay, I have interacted with a couple of thousand atheists over 16 years, virtually on a daily basis.
So that's what you're saying. That's your shtick.
Okay. So I had what?
So that's your shtick.
It's not shtick.
Oh, I thought that's what you were saying. It was.
No,
I'm not trying to offend you, sir. I thought that's what you were saying.
Shtick is typically a pejorative characterization. Now, I am extremely experienced in dealing with the mind of atheists.
Well, I'm extremely experienced with dealing with the mind.
Okay. Well, I can. Okay. So I'm going to make a prediction. Okay. Listen. Okay. Whatever. How old are you?
What does that matter?
Okay. I like to know the age bracket of somebody I'm talking to, because sometimes when people are, okay, good. Then I expect you to conduct yourself as a mature 60-year-old woman. If you don't, please. Okay. Hey, listen to me. Whatever. I'm laying down for you the ground rules here. Okay. Look, if you're going to be an ass, I'm about to. Okay, listen to me. I've had just about enough of you so far.
Are you the host? Are you the host?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm telling you right now. I want you to listen to me carefully. All right. I am not trying to be mean. Not trying to insult you. I'm a straight shooter. I'm going to tell you what I'm thinking. I have had just about enough of you being rude. Okay. So you better bring your A game to the conversation. Otherwise, you're going to get ejected. You are more than free to disagree and tell me that I'm wrong, but you better conduct yourself as a mature adult. Now that I know that you're 60 years old, because if you practice 16-year-old bickering tactics, as I so commonly see among atheists, you're going to get ejected without further warning. Okay, so do you understand the ground rules?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're going to continue. Now, what would you like to talk about?
You had brought it up.
Yeah, you asked me what my view on atheists was, and I gave it to you.
What is your?
You don't remember?
All I heard was you reprimanding me for speaking
Well, then
out.
obviously you have short-term memory problems.
I do.
So I will.
Mean,
Okay.
maybe I
Hey,
do.
listen.
So just
Hey, listen.
remind me.
No cross talking. Okay. Got it?
Oh, you're so demanding.
Okay. Goodbye. You're done. You're done. All right. You're a horse's ass.
So are you.
Bye. You see, folks, I keep on telling you, the atheists are mentally ill, right? They're low class, they're low character, and regardless of their age bracket, almost all of them behave in the same way as like little obnoxious, ignorant, nasty, obnoxious 15-year-olds. Okay? Welcome, Fueled. What would you like to talk about?
Yeah, I would like to talk about your unrighteousness.
Okay, we're not here for shtick. We're here for serious conversation. Okay.
Like right off the back, that's rarely insulting.
Okay. Have a nice day.
So you're just going to act unrighteous?
Bye. Okay. Got trolls. Welcome, Rav.
Good evening.
What would you like to talk about?
Well, you were saying, I think I heard you saying something along the lines of that it's a worldview that like, how did you describe it? That confirms itself or something like that? I don't want to mischaracterize.
Well, I've said that on other occasions. I didn't say that as of yet. I simply was starting off in baby steps with that pathologically lying, evil, tiny science, where he was attempting to falsify Christianity, and I'm pointing out that the Christianity is a comprehensive model of reality, and in order to negate it, it's going to require an opposing model of reality in order to falsify the Christian model of reality. But I couldn't even get to that point because he was such an obnoxious person.
I guess the model of reality that I would propose would be the Jewish model of reality, and that I would say that the Christian Bible is anathema to the Hebrew Bible in many different ways.
No. How are any of the doctrines ensconced within the New Testament anathema to the doctrines in the Old Testament?
Sure. I guess I can give several examples that I think would be sort of
what practice what branch of Judaism do you follow?
I'm not sure the relevance of the question.
Do you subscribe to Judaism in the Old Testament?
I'm a Jewish person in 2026.
Okay. So do you practice Judaism?
I do every day. In fact, I was going to make the joke.
Which branch of Judaism are you a part? What branch of Judaism do you follow?
I don't see that as a relevant question.
I'm about to kick you. Okay. I have a very good sense with people. Sir, if you interrupt me one more time, I'm kicking you. Now, you are now being a little deceitful, little evasive, little bugger. Okay?
I hope somebody's recording this.
Okay,
Darth
bye.
Is being anti-Semitic. That's amazing. You're being anti-Semitic.
Okay, so we got another psycho troll. Okay? Another psycho troll. Weren't you just up here?
No.
Okay, go ahead. What do you want to talk about?
I'd rather talk with Adrian.
Well, you're going to talk with me because he's AFK.
Wasn't he just here?
Did you hear what I just said?
I was just asking a clarifying question.
Okay, he's AFK. What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, what's with the card on chat or on his screen? Atheism is false because it cannot provide an ontological grounding for anything. That's a category error.
How is saying that atheism is false as a category error?
Because an atheism is just an epistemic on a single claim that God does not exist.
No,
Asking for that is like
that
asking
is
for golf.
that is that
I'm
that
not
is
done
a,
talking.
that
Can I finish talking?
No, I'm gonna stop you because you're wasting my time. What you just said was a pile of horse hockey. Okay, atheism
Well, that's very rude and
is not.
disingenuous, but that's
No,
expected
I
of
don't
someone
care if you think
vile
it's
like
rude.
you.
No. Listen, fueled.
Yes.
Is
Quit
atheism
stuttering, please.
okay? Listen. Okay, you're blocked. You're done. Okay,
You're blocked. I'm blocking you. I'm gonna mute you. You're blocked. This is the vile vitriol. Like, this is the brain disease that.
They are mentally ill. This is what we have to deal with. Okay. They are mentally ill. No, you're not coming up. If you send another invite, Rav, again, I'm going to block your account on the stream.
Yeah, I like how you embarrass yourself on talking, and when you call Eric Murphy and you show your ass cheek start talking, you lose every single.
First of all,
time.
you need to slow down. Because he just another mentally ill atheist.
I mean, I kicked him off because he's talking about ass cheeks and all that nonsense.
Yeah, these people are mentally deranged. Okay.
I mean, the guy said that my prompt is a category error, as if atheism is just a lack of belief. Atheism is a propositional belief in philosophy which presents a model of reality, and that's what's false.
Well, let me give a clarification here. Okay. You should say we can only say atheism is false based upon the revelation of God. Okay.
Okay.
So what's that?
Okay. I'm writing it down.
Okay. So atheism is false because God has clearly revealed himself in a positive way with the impossibility of its negation. Okay. So in order to falsify a proposition, you have to present something that is a negator for it. A will falsify not A and vice versa.
So atheism is false because it's based.
It's not, well, atheism is not false because it fails to provide an epistemic warrant. Okay, so let me give you an example. Kai Nielsen, the famous atheist philosopher, and you can find this in the atheist folder, he wrote a book called Reason and Practice. And if you go in there and look in the notes section in your PDF reader, you'll see a highlighted section where Kai Nielsen says, all of the reasons for God may fail, but it still could be the case that God exists. So atheism is not false merely because it fails epistemically. Atheism is false because of the positive revelation of the true God and the impossibility of its rational denial. Because atheism is false, the consequence of it is that it cannot provide an ontological grounding or any epistemic foundation. Okay? So
atheism is false because of the positive revelation of the triune God, and the impossibility of the contrary.
Of the revelation of God. So it might be the case that they fail to ground their ontology. Okay? But that doesn't make it false. What makes it false is the positive revelation of God, which cannot be rationally denied. So what you should say is atheism is false. As a consequence, it cannot provide an ontological grounding. Okay. So, yeah, I agree with you. It's categorically false, but it's false because of the revelation of God in creation in the person of Jesus Christ with the impossibility of the rational denial of that revelation. And that revelation negates atheism. In addition to that, atheism fails as a coherent model of reality on ontological and epistemological grounds. Notice I said it fails, meaning they cannot support it. But what makes it false is the revelation of God.
All right, I'm going to change the prompt. Thank you for the correction, man. Yeah.
No, it's not. It just needs to be tweaked a little bit. That's all.
Yeah.
Atheism is false. As a consequence, it cannot provide an ontological grounding. So we say it is false. So likewise, when people say God doesn't exist, they have to present a model of reality that is sans God as the negator for the God world. But they can't do that. So as a consequence, they can't say theism is false. So remember, we say something is false when you have a negator for it. Right?
Right. And the negator is God's revelation.
Yeah. So just because somebody fails, just like in the reverse, where Kai Nielsen says all of the reasons for God may fail, but it still could be the case that God exists. So when atheists come up and they just say, oh, well, every reason given for God's existence fails. Well, it doesn't follow from that, even if we were to grant that God doesn't exist. It just means that the human reasoning proffered or put on the table to support God's existence didn't pass the smell test. It doesn't follow because people's reasonings that God is doesn't work. The only way to falsify God is to ground the ontology of a God-independent world, and that cannot be done.
Dog bite. He's talking about the triune God of the Bible, man.
What do you want to talk about, dog?
Were you born an atheist?
No.
You were born believing in God? Or did somebody teach that to you?
Okay. So are you an atheist?
I am.
Okay. So how old are you, dog?
44.
Okay. I'm 64. Now, I have high standards for the people that I talk to, and you are required in conversing with me to bring your A game. When atheists, and I'm not suggesting that you will, but when atheists bring their adolescent game, they get quickly kicked. Now, are you suggesting that babies are atheists?
Yes. Are they born believing in God?
Okay. So you're making the all too common mistake that is repeated on YouTube and other atheist sources. Atheism, the standard definition of atheism in the English language, is the denial of the existence of God. When we examine a complete cross-section of dictionaries, encyclopedias, and including philosophical dictionaries, encyclopedias, one thing becomes very crystal clear, that the standard definition of atheism is the denial of God. Lacking belief in God or having an absence of a positive belief in God is not a standard definition. It is a non-standard definition. Okay? Now, this is not debatable in the least, right? So atheism is the denial of the existence of God. In order to deny the existence of God, one must have a cognitive apparatus, okay, or a cognitive ability to appropriate the concept of God and then to conclude that that is not true. A baby or even a toddler doesn't have the cognitive apparatus to form those conceptions. So by definition, a baby cannot be an atheist. Okay? You understand?
I hear you.
Okay. Do you agree or do you have a rebuttal?
I disagree. So how did you learn about God? Did somebody teach it to you, or
sir,
did you?
sir,
Was it going to your heart?
asking me questions is not giving me a rebuttal. Please give me a rebuttal to my critique.
You said the definition of atheist is a person who denies God. That is
No,
not the
I said
definition.
no. Okay, sir, have you done a research project to examine as many reference works definitions of atheism? Have you done that?
Do you want to go by the definition of atheism, or do you want to go by what you
Dog.
think?
Hey, dog, are you a grown man?
Are you going to do this thing? Are we going to talk about this, or are you going to do it? All right.
Dog, I'm about to kick you because you're not
Because that's
bringing
what
your
you do.
A
Because
game.
you're a
Okay,
crybaby.
goodbye. You're done. See?
Crybaby.
Okay, there
Crybaby.
we go, folks. This is what they do. When you try to have a mature interaction with these people, they dodge and they deflect, right? This is how ignorant they are. Okay? This is how ignorant these people are. Lack of belief is not a standard definition for atheism. It is a non-standard definition.
Darth, why do you beat the shit out of your wife and get drunk and get DWIs? Why do you beat the shit out of your ex-wife, Carol?
Let's block this person. Here we have another troll. We got him blocked. Okay. You see, this is how mentally ill these people are, and I appreciate them showing up to confirm for me. Yeah, dog, you're not coming up again. Okay. Unfortunately, not only did you not bring your A game, you're not smart enough to have a conversation with me. All right, this sad Reddit is probably a troll, but we'll see. And if he is, we'll just block him.
I like how you show your butt cheeks to Planet Peterson and everybody else. Like,
I can't even understand you.
I like how you don't even know biology. You cannot personalize the biology test. It's really like the planet.
You see, folks, they're mentally ill. Bye. Once again, none of them are bringing their A game. These people are mentally ill. All right, dog, I'm going to bring you up, and I'm going to give you another chance. Okay? Okay, he's not coming up. So the trolls are really coming out of the woodwork tonight. Hey, Crush, haven't seen you in a while. How you doing, my friend?
I'm good. How are you, Darth?
I am doing fine. Same old. The mentally ill atheists are acting like the crazy 15-year-olds trapped in adult bodies that they are.
Oh yeah, no, of course. That never changes. Never gets old.
They're mentally ill. Okay.
I know.
So they can beat on your wife.
And we'll probably
never gets fucking old. I love it. Primitive, bigoted, superstitious savages made of the goat fucking religion that you fucking follow. Darth Dawkins.
You're not even can't even understand you. We can't even understand you.
as well, and J
Troll,
you're the fucking
life,
atheist.
Get a life.
You get passed around, bent over, and passed around.
Atheism is dumb.
You see, look, these people, they keep on confirming that they're mentally ill. Okay,
Darth derangement syndrome.
Maybe
this
one
is why
day
atheism in this country is dying. This is why atheism is dying in popularity, because of the stupidity of what atheists believe in.
You try
I'm getting reminded more and more that these people are crazy, man. I'm getting reminded more and more these people are crazy. When Darth comes on, the crazy people come out, man. I mean, it's amazing.
I'm sure. I can only imagine.
Well, the game that I bring triggers them. Okay, it's like Donald Trump. They trigger. Have you seen James Carville's latest rant against Donald Trump?
Yeah, dude, that was insane.
That is exactly how atheists feel toward me.
No, but no, Darth, that guy, I feel like he has a mental illness. He's got to have a mental illness.
Well, Michael Savage wrote a book years ago saying liberalism is a mental illness. These people are mentally aberrant because they're denying the obvious. The world overwhelmingly appears to be the product of ultimate intentional design because it is, with the impossibility of the contrary. And do you know that when I walk them through showing that atheist academics agree that the world appears to be the product of ultimate intentional design, but they qualify that by saying it's an illusion of design? But then I show them that the claim that the world is an illusion of ultimate intentional design is not a sustainable claim. Okay?
Right.
And so here's the thing is, if there's no evidence for God, then why is it that so many people are apt from all different walks of life, uneducated, educated, all around the world? Why is it that so many people believe in God? If there's simply no evidence for God, and if naturalism or materialism is so blatantly clear, then why are so many people delusional?
It's funny that you say that because I was in an atheist room about last week. There's been a lot of them just popping out of the woodworks. And
they're coming out of it like cockroaches in the ghetto.
I know. And I was in the room and I sat there and I kind of said the same thing you did. I was like, if Christianity was so false and so stupid as you claim it is, why is there 3.4 billion Christians in the world? Why do you think that is? And one of the guys responded, well, majority of them were like forced to be Christian. It's all by the sword.
Wow.
Well, last, we can actually confirm that. Okay, we can actually confirm this. I'm going to reveal something today that Adrian told me that I'm not supposed to leak, and he may block me for doing this. But when Adrian was 13 years old, he told his mother and his aunt that he did not want to go to church. The aunt and his mother went out and got concealed carry licenses. They both put a gun to his head and forced him to go to church. And they told him that if you don't go to church, Adrian, you might get lead poisoning. So it's true. People are forced to go to church.
I've been exposed, man. I'm sorry.
Adrian's been exposed. He was forced to go to church.
Forced? With a gun to his head? Holy shoot.
Yeah.
So it's all by the sword, man. By the sword and license carrier.
Yeah.
License carrier.
Yeah. I remember when I was a kid, I didn't like going to church, but I went. I didn't feel I was being forced,
No, this guy meant like all Christians, I guess, forced people like physically, like they killed people. I was like, no, I think you're mistaking us for Muslims. We're not Muslims.
Look, I can tell you in all honesty, and I'm being sincere about this. I have talked with more than my fair share of atheists from all different walks of life, and I have listened to an enormous amount of atheist dialogue and rhetoric and things like that, and I still have a ways to go. But I want to tell you that these people are walking, talking fallacy machines. I can show you, I can show any atheist who wants to come up here, I can show you that the overwhelming majority of things that come out of their mouth with respect to their model is a fallacy. I can show you that they make one and why is that? Did it happen by accident? No. Because they have a Viagra-induced hate fetish, confirmation bias against God. That's why their mind gravitates magnetically, if you will, toward all these fallacies. And that's why they repeat all of these fallacies over and over again. And when I try to walk them through each of these fallacies meticulously, methodically, they just lose their minds, and they just become obstructionistic. And that's why you see when I talk with people, this is what they always resort to. being crazy, right? Because there's nowhere else to go.
That one girl, I think you debated. I think her name is Born Again Atheist on TikTok.
Well, she's mentally deranged.
She is nuts.
She's backwater crazy.
I mean, she's like, I think her live room is all the time. God is evil. Prove me wrong. That's her live.
This is one of the whopper fallacies that they invoke all the time.
But in their worldview, she has no justification for
say
anything
that God is evil.
All.
Yeah. So this is how deluded they are. And then when you try to explain this to them, they're just like, no. Right?
There is no evil in their worldview. So the prompt is a
right. So first of all, if we contemplate that God is the sum of all perfections, God as the absolute of the system, then by definition, God cannot be evil. Number two, there is not an external, extrinsic, objective standard to which God must comport himself. And when he doesn't, he would therefore be evil. So all they're simply doing is they're calling God evil from deviating from their relativistic, subjective standards.
That for sure. 100%. Yeah, no, they have no objectives. They have no objective standard. That's the problem. It's all nearly subjective.
These are people who have been claiming for decades there are no objective morals, except when it comes to them saying God's evil. This is how stupid they are.
What they'll do? They'll take a bunch of Bible verses, like they'll reference Bible verses, and they'll take it in twists of context, and they'll cherry pick on certain verses they like and don't like, and they say, "Oh, look, that's proof that the God of the Bible is morally wrong." I would say a good book to read on that. Yeah. Paul Copan is a good book.
I have, yeah. That's a very good book. He has an excellent section on slavery in there on that book. So now I forgot what I was going to say about the issue of evil.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Yeah, they just, they just don't have, they don't have an objective referent to stand on out of which to make a value judgment that God is evil. Right? They just don't have one. By the way, they always cite that there are Bible contradictions. I just saw an atheist who brought up an alleged Bible contradiction where it says, Jesus says nobody has ascended into heaven. But then he quotes what happened to, I believe it was Elijah. And this moron said this was a contradiction. If you simply go to BibleHub.com and you look up the verse, and you look at the Hebrew, okay, and then you go to the concordance, okay, you will find that the term heaven can refer to three separate different things. It can refer to the sky, the atmosphere. It can refer to the realm of all the stars beyond the earth. And finally, it can refer to the throne of God. Okay? Now, when you actually look up the Hebrew word, it is frequently used to refer to the sky or the upper atmosphere. So when it said he was taken up into heaven, okay, it means his body didn't die and he was ushered in to the atmosphere, to the upper atmosphere where he could no longer be seen. That's not a statement that he went to be in the throne of God. And if this moron, this atheist moron who brought this up had studied the Bible, he would know that no one could even go to heaven until Christ died. So what this is referring to is that Elijah went into the heaven, okay, but not the heaven which is the throne of God. right? And this is how dumb these people are.
No, I know it's ridiculous.
It's embarrassing dealing with these people because they're so colossally ignorant.
Oh, by the way, I was in your the other day. I forgot to mention. I was in your favorite person's room, Darth. Herman Munster had a live stream.
Oh, he was on tonight. You mean, okay, for those of you who don't know, Herman Munster is the Blob, Patrick Voss. Okay.
Yeah, it was.
Can I just
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, I'm 29.
Go ahead, Ryan.
I'm 29. I talked to Darth, and he gave me an amazing argument. He said I would not be able to refute it, and I can tell you it's been probably 2 weeks and so, and tomorrow will be the third time I will go to my local Catholic church.
Awesome.
Well,
beautiful.
No. You don't want to go to the Catholic Church.
Yeah, not them, but
the Catholic Church teaches a works gospel. What you want to do is find out within your vicinity a local Bible-believing, Bible-teaching church that teaches that salvation is by grace through faith alone, apart from works. Okay.
Orion, what was that argument that he gave you that you couldn't refute?
Well, let's just say I was like kind of looking a while. I was looking for a long time, right? And I was picking on that guy because of the 6,000-year-old thing, and he was like, you know what? Like he's like, and he was just being really nice. I was being awful. I was being a snake, and he's like, you know, you probably need to talk to this guy. And Darth came on and was like, you're telling me you got this proof for atheism? And I'm like, yep. And he let me, go after him with every argument. But what I'm saying is there was a lot of emotion behind it before I had talked to Darth. And so he uses this language I've been listening to for my whole life, right? So, I mean, in the moment he said, well, look, when we look out into the world, and trust me, we were definitely debating. It was like a vision, and it wasn't the vision, right? It was actually when my mind looked at the church for what it was. That's when I knew. I was like, I'm fucking Christian. But and because he walked me through this.
See, it's very simple. The world overwhelmingly, mind-bogglingly, and uncontroversially appears to be the product of ultimate intentional design.
Exactly.
Nobody, listen carefully. This is so simple and uncomplicated. Nobody, not any living human being on this planet, can refute that the world appears to be the product of ultimate intentional design. Now, they can attempt to neutralize that by saying, yes, it appears that way because it's an illusion of design, which is what atheist academics do. But there is nobody who is not an ignoramus who can refute that there's an overwhelming appearance of design. Okay?
Well, I had always had a great relationship with God, an amazing one, and so it really was just kind of the next step. Was going to church.
So
awesome.
There's even more rationales that we can bring. So, for example, it is impossible to rationally doubt God's existence, but you can irrationally doubt God, which he permits. Now, why is that? Because you cannot rationally doubt the grounds of rational inquiry. In other words, God being the absolute of the world, being the sum of all perfections, would have to be the self-revealing ultimate referent from which all things derive and depend. as the standard by which we could affirm, deny, believe, or be skeptical of things. So if somebody claims to be skeptical of God, then they don't have grounds to be skeptical of anything. And if you're not skeptical of anything, then you are in a delusional world where anything is possible. And if anything is possible, then nothing is intelligible. In order for things to be intelligible, their negations have to be impossible. Okay? And so, excuse me.
God.
So people think that they have rational basis to doubt God, but they're not rationally doubting him. They are irrationally doubting him. Because if in the God world, God is the single causal first principle that actualizes everything. So God would be the final referent as to all that is and cannot be according to his mind, purpose, and plan. Therefore, if you dismiss God from your model of reality, there's no objective or final referent as to what anything is or cannot be. Consequently, therefore, you have no ultimate foundation to be skeptical of anything. And if you are skeptical of something in that scenario of a God, not God world, then your skepticism is irrational. So it's impossible to rationally doubt God, because God would have to exist and reveal himself in order for you to be able to doubt some things. Peace, why don't you come up and give me your rebuttal instead of being a little girly man in the chat. Come on up, Peace. And by the way, I call them girly men because this is what the great Austrian psychiatrist, Dr. Arnold Schwarzenegger, has diagnosed them as. Oh, look at that. He's not coming up. I guess he's suffering from cowardly girly man syndrome. You see, they like to bark, like they're aggressive dogs, but they're actually little teeny tiny chihuahuas in the text chat.
Always.
The famous Austrian psychiatrist, Dr. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Yeah, he came up with the diagnosis of girly men. He first revealed this when he was invited to speak at the Republican National Convention.
Meaning the actor.
It's the truth. No. He's catching on to something, because that's what made me so bad about the world. I'm telling you.
Well, it's interesting. If the great Austrian psychiatrist, Dr. Arnold Schwarzenegger, is incorrect in his diagnosis about them being girly men, why is it that so many of the atheists are so closely inclined toward the LGBT movement?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that's true. Look at Matt Dillahunty. Matt did the Bloviator. He's dating.
Yeah.
Doris, I'm Googling this, and I can't find it.
He's gay.
I can't find it.
Orion.
He left the straight train.
Oh, for sure.
He left the straight train a long time ago.
I'm referring to Arnold Schwarzenegger's comment at the Republican convention where he said they're girly men.
Oh my!
When I say the great Austrian psychiatrist, Dr. Arnold Schwarzenegger, I'm being tongue in cheek.
Oh my goodness, dude! I was like, okay, I was like, this is a real diagnosis.
That one time I told somebody about they said, do you know of any atheists that are brilliant that you respect? I said, yes, only one. And I said, it's Dr. Irwin Corey, the president of the American Atheists. Dr. Irwin Corey is one of the most brilliant defenders and representatives of atheism. And if you don't know who Dr. Irwin Corey is, all you have to do is look him up on YouTube.
Yeah, speaking of which,
he left
and then when you
Tuesday.
look up Dr. Irwin Corey, you're going to laugh very hard. But Dr. Irwin Corey is one of the finest representatives of atheism in the world today.
Yeah, Darth, speaking of which, when are you ever going to debate Matt Dillahunty? Dude, I'm waiting for the day. I'm waiting for that day.
You know what? I would love to talk with him. I think a formal debate is ridiculous. For example, Cy 10 Brukengate at a debate, I think Cy trounced him. But, formal debates are kind of a joke. I want a one-on-one conversational mano-a-mano verbal duking it out, of course, with some kind of moderation. But, where somebody's going to, like an MMA ring, okay?
Right.
and he won't last, okay? Because Matt Dillahunty thrives on picking on low-hanging fruit and running his own show, right? He gives the same cliches that the run-of-the-mill atheists do. There's nothing special about Matt Dillahunty. That's why I call him Matt Dillahunty, because it's empty rhetoric that he's spouting.
Yeah, first he says that he's neutral. He says that he's neutral towards a position. And
that's a lie.
Yeah, that's a lie. Yeah, that's a lie, of course. And then he sits there and turns around, but I accept evolution. I accept evolution, which is a theory, by the way, keep in mind. He accepts that to be factual. So then he's not neutral. And he chooses not to believe in God. So then he's not neutral.
Did you ever see his tirade against mom and dad?
I have not. No. What is that? Mom and dad?
You haven't seen that?
I have not.
He goes into a screed about his mom and dad because his mother sent him a birthday card with Bible verses on it.
Oh, yeah. No, I know that one. Okay, never mind. Now that you've mentioned that.
Yeah.
I remember that you mentioned that at that time.
We did a review on it, and it was very popular at the time. People loved it. And we were laughing our butts off about how insane he is.
Wasn't that with Tone Lock in one way?
Yeah. So soon I'm going to be doing more review videos.
No, you need to start a YouTube channel and just like that.
Harm, come on up. I'll be glad to discuss what you said. What you just said is categorically false, Harm, and I'll be glad to discuss that with you. Come on up. These people are so uneducated.
Yeah, they are. Atheism, that's not the definition of atheism.
Yeah,
atheism is the disbelief.
Harm. Yeah. That you're just repeating what internet atheists say. That is not the standard definition of atheism. Come on up, Harm. Send it in.
Google's for free. Google's for free. The definition of atheism.
They think that because a few dictionaries offer a non-standard definition of a lack of belief in God, that therefore it's the standard definition. And it's colossally ignorant to say that lacking belief in God is the standard definition. It is not. The standard definition of atheism is there is no God. Okay?
Yeah, disbelief.
And by the way, a lack of belief is a stupid non-standard definition because it's ambiguous, because it includes two positions that contradict each other. One, where the self-identifying atheist lacks belief in God, but makes a judgment to the negative about God. And the other one, the atheist who lacks belief in God, who claims not to make a judgment about God. So that's a contradiction.
Well, Darth, even if they want to go with that definition, you can still say that's a belief. They believe they have a lack of belief.
Well, I can, you know what? I don't even have to sit there and browbeat them over the standard definition. I can show them that the very refusal, for whatever reason, to acknowledge the necessity of God will constitute either a direct or an indirect denial of God. Okay? So even the agnostic then becomes guilty of denying God indirectly, all the while masquerading as being neutral. So to claim that you lack belief is to present yourself in an inaccurate representation. So defining as a lack of belief is an inaccurate representation. But notice Harm doesn't want to come up.
I know.
Okay, that's a colossally stupid thing that you just said that the Bible taught you not to believe. That's colossally stupid.
Yeah. And atheism taught me to believe in the Bible. So.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to mute you, Ham, because you don't have the courage of your convictions. You want to pretend like you're really bold, but you're not. You're a coward.
Man, I feel sorry for atheists. I don't have enough faith to be an atheist.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I
Too much faith, man. Too much blind faith with very little to no evidence. Mostly assumptions to go along with it.
Well, what you should say is all of their talking points, when examined carefully from a transcendental perspective, shows that the talking points are literally irrational. Okay?
Yeah, D's nuts. Why don't you come up here?
Well, he's another drive-by, ballless coward who doesn't want to defend what he writes.
Define scientific theory. Yeah, it's a system of ideas. That's what's defined.
There is no one standard definition of science. What I've noticed is that there is a pervasive commonality among most atheists. And most of them, what they demonstrate is they are grossly immature, regardless of their chronological age.
Yeah.
Number two, they pervasively show a lack of character and restraint, especially when they tell me they're in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. They simply resort to the same adolescent obnoxiousness, evasiveness, deceptiveness, and verbal obstructionist tactics that the younger atheists do. And this is a tactic that they all know about. Almost all of them practice it. Okay. Because it's a cheating tactic that they get away with, right? It's a cheap tactic, right? It's kind of like in modern warfare. You have people like the Iranians trying to build these cheap drones instead of building a very expensive like cruise missile. You just get a drone, you put a warhead on it, and it's a cheap tactic. Well, just being obnoxious, rude, evasive, argumentative, splitting hairs, rabbit trailing, obfuscating, prevaricating, it's a cheap cheating tactic, and anyone can do it. And that's what most of them do.
Darth, what would you say is your best response so when you talk to an atheist and the atheist asks you, when you sit there and say, so why don't you believe God doesn't exist? And they say, well, I don't believe there's enough evidence he exists. What is your number one response?
Well, my first statement is that's a non-sustainable or defensible claim. Number two, it doesn't logically follow from the claim that God doesn't exist. So what they do is they are doing what Scott Tchaikovsky wrote in his paper, Atheological Apologetics. They are identifying publicly as an atheist. But when called on the carpet, they bait and switch from God denialism to incredulity. Oh, I don't have any evidence for God. Okay? So they're not actually defending the non-existence of God. That's why the overwhelming majority of them, rather than defend the non-existence of God, just simply invoke incredulity. Oh, well, I just don't have evidence. I just don't have a reason to believe in God. How does claiming that you don't have a reason to believe in God justify your position that God does not exist? And then they will backpedal away from their God denialism. This is a tactic that virtually all of them use. If you really want to understand their mentality, then you really need not just to read, but to study the paper called Atheological Apologetics by Scott Shakowski. You can find that crush in my in the cloud drive in the anti-atheism folder.
Yeah, you
within
sent
the
it to
atheist
me. I
folder.
downloaded them.
Yeah, that's something that should every defender of the faith needs to study that paper, because it reveals the mentality and the tactics of atheists. They're not really defending the non-existence of God. They're just invoking incredulity. No, I don't.
Hey, Darth, make sure that when you expand your library, you send over the expanded version of the library, so you got the same books again.
Yes, the Daydream.
Man, you got to write a book. It seems like you've
Darth.
you've certainly read their books.
Yeah, Darth, you need to write a book. Come on, man. What are you waiting for? Write a book.
Well, I already wrote a book, and it just came out a couple of weeks ago by Simon and Schuster's publishing. It's called Humility and How I Achieved It.
Oh my God!
Really? Are you just
congratulate,
messing with us?
dude? That's an awesome title.
Adrian's laughing like you're messing with us. Are you messing?
No,
Yes. That Humility and How I Achieved It.
Yeah, coming from someone who talks like you, I'd buy that.
Sir, do you understand that's a joke?
Yeah.
Just
yeah, no.
The only person who was ever justified in proclaiming their humility was Moses and Jesus.
Except Moses didn't see the promised land. Don't forget that.
No, but it's recorded in the final book before Joshua that, Moses was one of the most humble people on earth. And somebody says a humble person wouldn't write that. Well, not necessarily. What if it's the case that God spoke to Moses and said, I have selected you because you are one of the most humble people on this planet. Yeah. And Moses simply wrote down what God told him, even though it may seem to be, a contradiction. But humility and How I Achieved It is it's a joke.
In all seriousness, I really do. I think you should write a book. Like, you should do like a book, like just a basic, like taking down atheist arguments 101. Just like do something. I'd be the first person to buy it.
Oh my gosh.
Since he hasn't written a book, every time I get to talk to him, I take down notes and I transcribe what I can and put them in.
I gotta tell you something funny. On Discord, I have a lot of Darth Dawkins haters there, but there's a few people that are friends of mine, and one of them is a guy by the name of Bart. Okay. And Bart would listen to my debates, and every time he heard something that he liked that I said, he would write it down, and he started keeping a notebook.
I know Barthology, yeah.
Of Darthisms. And one day he came on camera and he showed the people his Darth notebook of Darthisms. Okay? And he's flipping through one page after another, after another, after another. And he was very pleased with his Darth notebook. And I kind of chuckled. I was amused by it. That's a compliment or whatever. Well, Tom Rabbit and the other atheists lost their minds. That somebody would write down the stuff that I say, They just lost their minds. They thought that was the height of insanity.
I mean, I got a folder called Darth Links. Darth Links.
Darth Links?
Yeah, Darth Links, where every live that I do that you come on, and I post it on YouTube, I place the video link in an AI to transcribe everything that we talk about, and then I put it in the folder called Darth Links.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So I get, that's why I was able to understand when you said that they are violating their criterion of belief and they demand evidence for God with that.
Yeah, because they don't. So either you believe that God is the ground of all being or something else is. When they require evidence for God, but they turn around and don't require.
Here we go.
Like if you
Yeah.
fart, man,
Troll.
it's a farting competition. Like
Yeah,
Bro,
learn to speak English properly.
Yeah. Trolls.
But thank you for letting us know that you're a Kamala Harris supporter.
Yeah. Nah, man.
I'm just surprised he didn't say Allah Akbar.
That woman was so annoying.
Bro, I'm actually there's probably a lot of Muslims that are gonna be coming after. Oh, sorry, go on. Sorry, go ahead, brother.
No, I was saying I don't know how you guys would have managed if she became president.
Oh, I don't even.
You know when they say truth is stranger than fiction. Never.
Man, I've been saying that.
I'm not saying this because I despise her policies. Never before in American history has been somebody so fundamentally stupid, gotten so close to becoming the president. I mean, Joe Biden is pretty stupid. Okay. But
I don't know if I agree he was stupid. I don't know if I agree with
okay.
that.
Well, Crush, how old are you?
I'm 29.
Okay, I'm 64. I've been following Joe Biden for 40 years, ever since he became a senator when he was 29. Joe Biden was never regarded by his fellow senators as smart. He has made more stupid statements than you can shake a stick at.
I agree. I'm not saying I disagree. I just don't think he was stupid as a president. Not in my opinion, at least.
No. He was worse than stupid. He was senile.
For certain things, yes, but I think there was certain policies.
That's not a joke, Adrian. Adrian's losing it.
I mean, I voted for Trump, so you should definitely be happy. My uncle gives me the hardest time for it. He makes fun of me. He goes like, "Why didn't you vote for Kamala?" I said, "Because Kamala didn't have any plan, bro. She didn't have a single plan."
Okay, see, you say to your uncle, have you ever even listened to her talk in interviews? The woman cannot speak without using word salads.
Wait, Darth, how old are you?
64.
My uncle is 72, so he's
he's a political ignoramus. Okay. Look. Do you understand? Look, let me explain something to you. Right. We are today living with the problem of a nuclear North Korea because of the ineptitude of Democrat Harry Truman. Okay? We are living today where if it wasn't for Donald Trump vanquishing the Iranians, we would be dealing with a nuclear-armed Iran because of Jimmy Carter.
Oh, I agree.
Jimmy Carter should have taken out the Ayatollah Khomeini and not let an Islamic death cult take over the country in Iran.
Oh, I know.
Okay,
I agree. I think the war was a good thing. Thank God.
Kamala Harris. Look. Kamala Harris is fundamentally a stupid person.
No, I know she is. I agree.
She's fundamentally stupid.
I voted for Trump. So I mean, I don't regret my decision. I don't agree with everything he stands for. I think that he stands for a lot of high class, wealthy people, and he should stand more for a lower class. But besides that, I agree a lot with his policies on certain things.
Anyway, I don't want this to go into politics. The
right.
bottom.
It's just a conversation.
Yeah. So once again, when I interact with atheists, it almost ends up the same way every time, almost, not always, but almost, where because I ask surgically precise questions that blindsides them like a deer in the headlights, that's why they resort to dodging, deflection, and disruption every single time. It never fails to happen.
Like Herman Munster.
Oh my God. You know what's sad is when, did you know that his, I paid a private investigator to find out where he was born, and the private investigator told me that he was born in Dunning-Kruger Memorial Hospital.
Why did you do that? Why did you pay a private investigator to search his
Dunning-Kruger? You don't know who Dunning-Kruger is?
I don't. So that's maybe why I don't get the joke.
Dunning and Kruger are two researchers called the Dunning-Kruger syndrome, where people achieve a level where they're utterly incompetent, but they think they're competent at doing things. But they're incompetent. It's called the Dunning-Kruger effect or syndrome.
AKA Herman Munster.
Yeah. So he was born at Dunning-Kruger Memorial Hospital.
Okay, got you. I got you.
Yeah, he's just painfully stupid, as well as most of the atheists are. Even the more vitriol ones, like for example Justin from Deconstruction Zone, he's afraid to have a mature conversation with me.
Yeah, but he's a little bit more smarter, I feel like, than Patrick Voss. Patrick Voss is really dumb.
Oh, no. Yeah. Justin is a little bit smarter than Patrick Voss. Patrick Voss is just exquisitely stupid.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he had a lot of people. He had 126 people views inside his live the other night, and he's just ranting on about, there's no evidence that your little fairy Jesus didn't exist. There's no real historical evidence.
That is magnificently not only stupid, it's an outright lie.
Right.
Okay.
No, of course. And then, the best part is he sits there and he admits that the Gospels were written 30 to 70 years later after the crucifixion. And a guy comes up and says, yeah, so that means the apostles were still around. He goes like, you know what, you're a dumbass. And then he kicks him off stage.
Yeah.
Hey, I gotta go.
You have to.
I just want to say something.
All right, thanks for coming.
Yeah. I just want to say, this is really important stuff, and I, just take this stuff seriously, guys. I've been moved, and I can say, indeed, the house of the Lord is full of children.
Yeah.
Okay.
Find a Bible-believing, Bible-teaching church.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
I was raised Catholic. I don't have an axe to grind, but the Catholic Church does not teach the true gospel. They teach a gospel of works, not of repentance and faith in Christ for the remission of sins.
That's the, you clear me up. That is the division. Thank you.
Alrighty, thanks for coming.
Thanks, brother. God bless.
Yeah. So unfortunately, the better I get at dealing with these atheists, the fewer of them that want to talk with me. And so that's why I tend to attract a lot of these trolls. And, they're just confirming when I say they're mentally deranged. I mean, they demonstrate it every single day.
No, I know. I don't understand it.
I have these people shoot their mouths off in the chat, and they have no courage of their convictions. Like D's nuts. D's nuts has no nuts, or else he would come up here and challenge me. Come on up, D's nuts. D's nuts has no testicular fortitude.
The way that you're saying
me.
That. Oh shit!
If D's nuts had testicular fortitude, he'd be up here challenging me, but he doesn't have any.
Nuts has no nuts.
Well, if he did, if he had some puliones, he'd be up here. He just wants to sit there and mouth. He just wants to sit there and mouth off of the chat because he's an absolute coward. Do you know every time I show up in an atheist stream, if they call me out, right, and they suggest an invite, I go up because I have some nuts, as opposed to D's nuts has no nuts.
Oh man.
Bo, you don't know what you're talking about. That is it. That is an inaccurate characterization of atheism. Come on up, Bo. I'll be glad to talk with you. Okay.
And it goes against the standard definition.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So you are quite uninformed. If atheism is a denial of a proposition, what is the proposition that's being denied?
The proposition is that a God exists.
Right. So that in the case that God exists, then atheism would be false then.
No, it would just be simply a change of a mind.
Stop. Boo, how old are you?
This is what you do, man.
No, when
You gotta
people
let
make
me finish my
colossally stupid.
statement.
Okay, how old are you, Boo?
It doesn't matter how old I am. How old are
Boo,
you?
I'm going to ask you one more time. How old are you?
No, because all you're gonna do is sit there and be like,
You know,
"Oh,
I
well,
get
you're
very
immature."
frustrated. Let me explain something to you why I
This
do
is
that,
what you
okay?
do, Darth. You gotta let me
Okay,
finish
no.
my
This is what I
comment. You
do.
gotta let me
I
finish.
cut you off because you made a
You
colossally
cut me off
stupid
because you're an
statement.
ignorant piece of
Okay,
shit who
listen.
doesn't want to
Okay,
have a conversation.
actually, I'm quite the opposite of being ignorant, and you know it. You know I'm not ignorant, and you're lying through your teeth because you're a scoundrel. Okay.
Really?
Now, to say
Then
that I'm
let me
ignorant.
finish my
Okay, watch
statement and have an
this.
honest
Explain to me.
conversation,
No,
Darth.
Hey, Boo, listen to me carefully. I'm a moderator here. Okay.
I'm no fucking you're a moderator, dude. Whoop-de-doo.
If you interrupt me, you see how mentally ill they are. You try to have a conversation. They cannot help but constantly interrupt. I'm interrupting with cause because you said something monumentally stupid. Now, I want you to back up your claim that I'm ignorant.
Are we done?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay, did you hear what I just said? I'll say it one more time. Now, if
I heard what you said. I'm
do
asking
not,
if you're done.
Okay, Boo, if you interrupt one more time, you're blocked. Okay, bye. Bo, whatever your name is. I don't have my reading glasses on. Now, I want you to explain how I'm ignorant. Go.
Are you done? That's what I'm asking. Are you done? I'll explain. Are you done?
Do you know what the word go means?
Wow, dude. You're ignorant because you don't understand. First off, we've talked before. You're ignorant because you don't understand the presuppositionalist position that you hold is contradictory.
What?
Who says? Go ahead.
So we've had a conversation before, and you had
You're not
told
answering.
me.
You're not answering my question.
I am answering your question. You have to let me finish.
Okay, I want you to stop right now, or I'm going to block your account. I want you to be
Dude,
quiet.
fucking
Now
block
you're
me,
doing.
man. I don't give a fuck. You gotta let me finish my statement, dude.
Coward, atheist coward.
Okay. Now notice.
You have to let me
Okay,
finish,
bye.
man.
Goodbye. No,
You didn't
you're done.
provide any evidence. Didn't provide
Okay,
any
I
evidence.
want you to notice. Okay. I want you to notice that they are constantly pathologically dodging and evading questions and points that I put to them, all the while trying to get an Academy Award for pretending they're responding to what I say, but they're not. When I asked him to explain how I'm ignorant, he just starts rambling about how I'm mistaken about tag, but he was just speaking in generalities with no specificities. I mean, this is when I'm dealing with somebody who's spouting something that is colossally an ignorant statement, I will interrupt them because I don't want them to go on and on and on and waste
And then
my
he's
time.
going, "Are you done? Are you done, Darth? Are you done? Are you done?"
And I'll say, I want you to explain how I'm ignorant. Go.
And then he made a claim. He said presuppositionalism is entirely wrong.
No. After I said go twice, he goes, "Are you done?"
Well, right, but I'm saying before he made a claim, he said your presuppositional worldview is false. They get it all wrong. He made a claim.
He wasn't even being clear or articulate. He was barely intelligible. This is what a moron these people are. This is what I have to look. I'm sorry to say this. I don't think I'm the smartest guy around, but I certainly understand that I'm a whole lot smarter than a lot of the people that I have to deal with. Because when I speak with them and I speak with clarity, I'm not always successful, but I try to speak with precision and specificity. They're constantly responding to me with just verbal ramblings that are borderline incoherent. They're not saying anything of substance.
You notice how they always claim that us Christians make claims.
All right, hold on a second. So D's Nuts has just revealed that he was either born without balls or he had sometime in his early childhood had them removed because he's not coming up. Yet he continues to taunt in the chat. Okay, so we're going to get rid of him.
Who cares what he says?
Yeah, he's a moron. And what type of a grown man calls himself D's nuts? It's one thing if you want to have a kind of spoof, screen name. I have a spoof screen name, all right?
Trolling.
But yeah, I know.
Yeah,
So
who
this
cares? These are low lights.
this is what I have to deal with. These people are low IQ, low information. They don't know what they're talking about. None of these people have exposed themselves to routine, robust opposition. I have exposed myself to as many a wide cross section of atheists as I can. Okay?
He's a kid. Well, yeah, that explains a lot.
Yeah, he's a moron. Well, he's not here anymore. He won't be back.
Critical thinker, why don't you come on up?
You see, they prove every day what my criticisms of these people when they mouth off in the chat and they don't come up here.
Can we get one intelligent atheist? One?
Whenever I make critical comments, when I go onto atheist streams in the text chat and they call me out, I accept their invite or I send an invite request when they call me out. I don't run away.
No, I agree. Worldviews in conflict. Worldviews in conflict.
Look, I'm gonna show you how mentally twisted. Here's another example. There's a video clip I have to finish watching between Carl Sagan, the pagan, the forerunner of Neil Grabass Tyson, was talking with Dennis Prager. Dennis Prager was a conservative Jewish rabbi, and he was talking about God. And Carl Sagan, the pagan, says, well, which God? Okay, just like they say today, this is a bait and switch. Carl Sagan was an atheist. He just did not want to come out and publicly identify with the label, lest it detract from his lucrativeness or people coming to see his lectures or anything like that. But he nonetheless was an atheist. And whenever they say which God, why would it even matter? Because you deny all gods. Doesn't matter which God. Kasek, come on up here and explain how you're accusing me of acting like a child. Let's see if you are a cousin
He's
to
64,
D's nuts, who isn't. Come on up, Kasek. Come on up.
He says you're 75. Damn, that's an insult to you, Darth.
Yeah,
He's 64.
come on up.
Just to let you know.
Come on up, Kasek. Explain how I'm guilty of being like a child. Oh, look at that. He's not coming up. What a surprise.
Not. Hey, Prue? Oh, he's a professor. Financial advisor. Why don't you come on up, man? Some intelligent atheist, please come up.
No, this is the problem, and I hate to toot my own horn, but I think I can support it. When you get effective at trouncing the atheists, fewer and fewer of them want to dialogue with you.
I know.
And so I'm left with having to deal with the trolls and the bottom of the barrel atheist ignoramuses.
Oh, got you, brother. Got you.
Yeah. He was talking about critical thinker.
No, okay.
No, I can honestly tell you that most of the atheists are afraid to dialogue with me, where they can't get away with trolling tactics.
Hey, Darth, I was going to ask you, but you technically created this name. If I created a live on YouTube titled "Worldviews in Conflict," would you be okay with that?
No, I didn't create that.
Where did you get that from?
That is a title, I think, of a book.
I loved it. I like that. I like that better than Atheist Helpline. I thought Worldviews in Conflict was good.
Yeah, that was just a title that I
made for a room for Clubhouse.
Yeah, but it's a title. Let me just find it on my computer.
Is it a good book?
Well, give me a second. I think it might be a subtitle. All right, I'm searching my computer right now.
Worldviews in Conflict.
It's a book by a Christian apologetic writer. I think that's the subtitle. All right, let me ask AI. I'll be right back.
Oh God. Well, if there's any atheists that are willing to come on up and have a civilized dialogue and have a conversation, you're welcome to come on up. Come on up.
Okay, yeah, it's a book by Ronald Nash called Worldviews in Conflict. You should find that in the apologetics folder in the cloud drive. In the Christian, if you go to the Christian apologetics and Christian philosophy, let me just scroll down here. Okay.
Oh.
Worldviews in Conflict, Choosing Christianity, a World of Ideas by Ronald Nash.
Okay. So that's where you got that from.
Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm. I stole it.
Have you been back on Clubhouse?
Only extremely rarely. It's just a cesspool.
So is TikTok, to be honest with you.
But yeah, if you go onto the cloud drive, you'll find Worldviews in Conflict in the Apologetics and Christian Philosophy folder.
Well, no,
Nash.
I was gonna ask you because I wanted to kind of do like a YouTube live so we could get some viewership. Would you be interested? And I
don't think Worldviews in Conflict. That's fine. I would like to attend. I don't think Worldviews in Conflict is trademarked, so you're free to use it.
Okay. Well, asking you, Darth, out of respect, because I know you used it for your room.
No, that's perfectly fine.
Okay.
No, once again, they sit there, they criticize me, they're vitriolic, they're nasty, they're hostile, and yet they're ridiculous. Do you know who Loud Lefty is?
Yeah, I know. Oh God, yeah.
I went on to his stream for the third time. The guy is a psycho. I wrote in the text. I said he's either an alcoholic or mentally ill.
Did you?
I was totally serious, not a joke.
Oh God!
These people are mentally ill. And how do I know that? Just try to have a civil. See, they love going after low-hanging fruit, but for some reason, they don't want to talk with me.
Planet Peterson, I have to say, out of all atheists, he's the worst.
He is a look. I'm not saying this because we butted heads. I'm saying this in total sincerity. He is a complete, grotesquely immature man in his 30s, and he's an asshat. He's just a run-of-the-mill, emotionally driven atheist. I've had 5 encounters with him. Each time he deliberately was a jackass.
I remember.
So as to avoid actually having an intelligent interaction with me. Okay, have you seen John Cohen?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
John Cohen, somebody contacted him and suggested that he talk with me. And John Cohen wrote back saying, well, Darth can come on my stream. So I went on his stream and I said, yeah, I'll be glad to talk with you here, John. I said, but I would like for you, after we interact here, I would like for you to come on my stream. He absolutely abjectly refused to come on my stream. So I said to him, okay, bye-bye, then I won't be talking with you. And I left. You see how they're afraid?
I know.
Deconstruction Center, please come up and back up your accusation that I mute people. Come on up.
He used verbal vomit. That's what.
Please come up here, Deconstruction Center, and back up your accusation. Let's see if you're sincere or you're just another drive-by little scumbag. Come on up, Deconstruction.
You know, I was going to
back up your claim that I mute people.
Did you see the debate with Planet Peterson and Andrew Wilson? Oh my God, Andrew Wilson!
No, I haven't. I haven't. As much as I disagree with Andrew Wilson on his defense of Eastern Orthodoxy, Andrew Wilson is a pretty good debater.
Yeah, he is. He's great. When he did Matt Dillahunty, that was the best.
Yeah, you're full of shit, Deconstruction Center. You always have one excuse after another. Verbal vomit. You might strongly disagree with me, but to say it's verbal vomit is a lie. Okay? And by the way, I don't mute people on TikTok. Okay? When they come up on stage, rarely, if ever, do I mute somebody. I warn them that if they don't comply with my rules, that they're going to get ejected. I don't mute people. So right then and there, you're a lying sack of crap because I don't mute people. There are people who get muted in the text chat for trolling, right? I don't mute people for disagreeing.
Yeah, in fact, actually, when the last guy was on stage, you let him ramble on. I didn't see you mute him once.
No, look, see, this is the problem when in dealing with these people, that they can always resort to cheating tactics of dodging, deflecting, and verbally disrupting and acting like a jackass. I can't stop that unless I end up having to eject them after multiple warnings to stop their bad behavior. Okay, you know what? I am going to okay, so now you're insulted. Okay, now I'm going to block you. All right, you're going to be blocked here on this stream, and you're going to be blocked on my account.
It's probably a good idea he doesn't come on stream. I mean, is there any other intelligent atheists that are willing to debate their claim? Just provide us evidence that God does not exist.
Okay, so Deconstruction makes these accusations, and then he puts up a baby bottle. Okay, I'm done. You see, this is what I tell when I say they're mentally ill. They're almost all of them. Okay, not all of them, but almost all of them, to one degree or another, are mentally twisted, and they have the emotional IQ and the behavioral quotient of an obnoxious 15-year-old.
Darth, who really cares? They really don't know. They're losers. They're trolls. You're wasting your breath.
Yeah.
No, but Darth. Oh, he left. Okay. I don't know if you saw the Andrew Wilson debate with Mad the Blobiator. That was what a shit show that was. I don't know if you've seen that.
I saw that. Did you see how easily he was triggered?
Oh yeah, he didn't want to. He left the room.
Yeah.
I liked your little conversation with David Silverman. I'd say that one was a solid one too. I like that one.
The host cut it off before he could get eviscerated.
I remember Canadian wasn't his name
Canadian Catholic, a complete.
I know.
Every time he invited me on to talk with these people, just when it was getting good, then he would interject and ask the guest if they no longer wanted to talk with me as an out in order for them to save face.
Yeah, and he kept on dodging you, like David Silverman. He's like, "Look, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to debate this. I don't want to talk about it." And you asked him, it's like, "Look, where did you determine God does not exist? He goes like, look, I really just don't want to talk about it.
Well, wait a minute. This is an AMA.
I know.
Yeah. By the way, the Silverman and Matt de la Bloviator hate each other.
No.
There are reports that Silverman was involved in some way physically with de la Bloviator's then wife.
No. Wait, what?
I'm not making that up.
Wait, he was married before he started dating this guy?
Yes.
What the heck? Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah, and the separation, according to reports that I've heard, had to do with the involvement between David Silverman and his contacts with de la Bloviator's wife.
Yeah, that's insane. Wow.
And yeah, but here David Silverman shows up in an AMA, Ask Me Anything. And then when I ask him his most fundamental issue, he doesn't want to talk about it. By the way, did you know that he was such an asshat that even the American Atheist fired him and threw him out of American Atheist?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've heard.
Yeah.
I loved his debate. Frank Turk destroyed him, man. Oh man, I saw him when he went against Frank Turk.
There are some things I take issue with Frank Turk, but setting that aside, Frank Turk made him look like a fool.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of Frank Turk, by the way. I wish he was more presuppositionalist, and I think he borrows a lot from the presuppositional worldview, the arguments.
I know. And he is utterly wishy-washy on purpose about young Earth, old Earth.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's the only thing I don't understand. He believes in, he considers himself somewhat like an evolutional Christian, whatever that means. Kind of like what inspiring philosophy does.
Gareth, okay, when you try to suggest that I'm mentally ill because believing in God is the equivalent of imaginary friend, come on up here and explain to me how believing that there is a single causal first principle that characteristically is a mind, how that's the equivalent of believing in an imaginary friend. Come on up. Let's see if you have the balls. I don't think you do. I think you're just another one of these drive-by, village atheists.
Yeah.
Come on up, Garth. Or Gareth. Garth Morton. Come on up.
Saying
explain to me how there is I'll use the term equivalence between believing in God is believing in imaginary friend. You see, this is what much of atheism thrives upon, because they don't have a cogent rationale as to why God does not exist. They thrive on insults and ridicule, mocking and scoffing.
And claims.
Sky Daddy, imaginary friend, imaginary friend.
That's just a claim. Back up that claim.
This is just sarcasm. It's not a cogent argument that telling us that it's irrational to believe that there is a creator. Notice he's not coming up. Okay?
And it's just as much as a claim. Just keep this in mind. They argue.
Okay, look at this. I don't have to explain anything to you. Oh, after you said that believing in God is the equivalent of believing in an imaginary, invisible human being,
then why
you don't have it? Yeah. Notice how they sit there and they make a very strident accusation.
I don't understand why.
Then when I ask them to back up their strident statement that believing in that there's a creator is delusional, he's a no-show. Okay, you see what a pusillanimous, feckless, spineless jellyfish this guy is?
They're scared of you. They're scared of you, Darth.
Of course he's scared. Okay.
Look, these people will vomit and shit on Christianity as much as they speak, but they really won't give any evidence.
That's all. You see, these are the markers of people that don't have a cogent rationale. So when you don't have a cogent rationale, you smear, slander, mock, and slander. See, this is what was in the book Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky that the Democratic Party uses. Smear, slander your opponent while he wastes his time. The election's almost over. Okay. Yeah, you're scared to come up and explain your accusation that believing in God is a delusion equivalent to believing in an imaginary friend. Yeah. You don't have the balls to come up and back it up. Come on up.
Why don't you come on up? Yeah, stop talking.
Yeah,
come
you're
on up.
You're a no-show. You're just proving my point. Okay. If you weren't scared, you come up. And then they'll go, oh, I can't come up. There are people sleeping. Yeah, unbelievable.
You made a claim.
Okay, I'm gonna mute him. Oh, he's blocked already. Okay.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
Is it Tom Rabbit? Is this Tom Rabbit?
Who knows? Notice how many people show up in the text chat on my stream and other people's streams, mouthing off and spewing vitriol and hostilities toward me, yet they don't have the balls to come up. And those who do have the balls to come up very quickly show us that they didn't take their psych meds.
Darth, there's a guy I want you to. There's this. I think he's Jamaican or something like that. He's got a big following on here. And he's an atheist. And I was in his room and I was watching him debate, and he called you out. There was a guy that brought you up and said, "Oh yeah, no, Darth Dawkins says this." He goes like, "I don't give a shit what Darth Dawkins says. His worldview is irrational. He doesn't use common sense." He goes like, "Yeah,
common sense." See, more generalities.
Okay. Yeah, he said your worldview, you don't know how to use basic common sense.
That's a generalization. It lacks specificity. He look, not trying to brag. He wouldn't last 5 minutes with me. What principle of common sense do I violate?
The idea of God. He goes like, look, he goes like, what evidence do you truly have that there is a God besides presupposing that you
okay.
believe?
So here's the deal. Them beating the tom-toms that there's no evidence for God does not justify itself. Do they take the time to justify that there's no evidence for God? No, they just assert it. If you read the paper Atheist Teleology by Scott Schatkowski, he says this is exactly what they do. Okay? They claim that there's no reason to think that the world is created by God, but they're actually just smuggling in a non-verbalized atheist teleology. This is what Scott Schatkowski says in the paper. You can read it for yourself. So when they say there's no evidence, when they say there's no evidence, they're not being upfront and telling us that they're advancing atheist teleology. Okay? They're invoking incredulity and skepticism without accurately representing and defending their atheist model of reality. Okay? So when they say there's a lack of evidence, there's a lack of a defense of the claim of evidence for God.
Right.
It's just a naked assertion on their part. So, for example, when atheists say there's no evidence for God, and I ask atheists routinely, can you please defend that statement? They can't, and they immediately go, you're shifting the burden of proof. We're not making a claim. Yeah, you just did. You said there's no evidence for God. That's a claim. And they go, no, it's not. This is how mentally twisted they are. That they think asserting there's no evidence for God is not a claim. This is why I routinely say they're mentally warped.
Here, Darth, I'm gonna try to find the guy's name, and I can tell you it. Hold on one second. You might have to invite me back on stage.
And okay, but then I'm gonna go because I got to get to bed. I should have gone to bed 3 hours ago.
Okay, hold on just a second.
Hey, Darth. Thanks for coming up, man. It was always a pleasure.
Thank you. Thanks for having me up.
Anytime, man. Until next time.
Yeah, that guy Dwight was really irritating. He just kept on making stupid stuff.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. I'm going to make sure that I transcribe everything I learned in this one.
So just remember, they will almost always respond by invoking incredulity rather than accurately representing their position that God does not exist.
Yeah, they always do that.
All right, I sent it to you through message, Darth.
Okay.
This is the guy. This is the guy who was talking about you. I would love to see you debate him on like one of his live streams. He always talks.
Well, when people harshly criticize me or Tag, almost always they have no idea what they're talking about. They very few people, if ever, could even articulate Tag accurately. They don't know what they're talking about.
Did you get the message?
Yes, I did. I haven't looked at it, but I got the notification that you sent it to me.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, I've been waiting for atheists to come up on stage. One does come, and they're all chickens so far.
That sounds like a troll name.
Well, with the laughing emojis, he's about to get blocked.
Probably as a kid.
Yeah, well, you have to understand. Like, for example, I encountered a 60-year-old woman tonight, and she could not have been more obnoxious the way a 16-year-old teenager was. I mean, I'm telling you, this type of arrested mental and emotional development leads to atheism. That's the overwhelming majority of atheists that you listen to or will deal with. These are not mature-minded human beings. This is why I say that they commit the 3D strategy: dodge, deflect, disrupt.
Oh wait, we got a person coming in the room.
Welcome, Manny. What do you want to talk about?
I don't think he's fully in yet.
I see he's loaded in black screen.
There we go. He's on now.
Welcome, Manny.
You an atheist?
Hello, Manny. Are you there?
Manny.
All right, I'm going to drop you down, Manny. Please try come in again. All right. Look, I'm not afraid to talk with any atheist. Okay. Now, there are a small number of atheists who have engaged in stalking and super trolling, which I will not talk with them again, but it has nothing to do with me being afraid of them. Look, if I was invited since I was invited to speak with atheists with PhDs, why would I be afraid of these internet atheist slobs? Okay. When these professional atheists didn't intimidate me.
I know.
Look, I went up against Graham Oppie. Okay.
Well, that was the best one you've done so far. I'd say Graham Oppie was good.
You know, I don't think I'm smarter than Graham Oppie, but God's revelation vanquishes his stupid naturalistic reasoning.
Oh yeah, he didn't really even have an actual defense on it.
No, he didn't. He didn't even actually answer the question. He responded to the question while not answering it by just saying he counts books. I perfectly accept that he accepts that there's unity and diversity in the world. I said, what at an ultimate level accounts for the unity and diversity that's in the world.
Yeah, he practically pulled what Lawrence Krauss did with you. Like I really don't know. I'm not sure.
Krauss showed what a complete clown he is.
He was in the Epstein files, you know that, right? You do realize that he was.
Well, there's a lot of people that are in the Epstein files.
Yeah, true. But it's kind of shocking that he was. But.
Well, he had allegations of misconduct at his university. So, but
really?
But yes, but I will say that these are rumors. I don't know that they're true. I'm not trying to put it because after all, I have people who are spreading rumors about me that I'm guilty of domestic violence and all this kind of crap.
I know. But I mean, the fact that he was in the Epstein files and that Epstein emailed him, that's not really looking good for him on his.
Well, I'm going to have more damning information to, impugn somebody other than their name appear. Look, Whoopi Goldberg's name appeared in the Epstein files. Okay?
Yeah. But Epstein emailed Lawrence Krauss for advice to get rid of a dead body. That's pretty insane.
Well, I'm not aware of that, so.
Oh, yeah. But he didn't respond, so it is alleged.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to go to bed, but yeah, these atheists are not only are they pathological liars, they don't display any adult sensibilities when talking with these people.
I know. Yeah, Darth.
Did you ever listen to my interactions with Randolph Richardson?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That guy, what a clown.
Darth, I'm a fanboy. I've watched all your debates.
Okay. There's a lot of them.
Some true, some are not. Listen. That's insulting. I am a profound Darth Dawkins fan.
That's not healthy. But that's very nice of you. Thank you.
I like your apologetics.
I'm a little bit disappointed that so many of the atheists are afraid. I went up on an atheist stream the other day, and he could not have been more mature, right? And he got told because he conducted himself maturely, he got utterly vanquished, right? A day or two later, he was back up again doing the same old atheist shtick after being systematically defeated.
This was yesterday?
No, this was last week. I went on this guy's stream. I forget what his name is.
Huh. You should check out.
This is par for the course. It's because this is not really an intellectual position. It's a moral position. They don't want there to be a God. So that's it. They don't want there to be God. So they just rationalize for themselves.
It's a coping mechanism.
But I will have to tell you, though, that this John Cohen, he has to be one of the most stupid and unmitigated, arrogant, pompous asses of atheists to come along in a long time.
You debated him, correct?
No.
John Cohen?
John Cohen. He does atheist streams. He is one of the most arrogant, pompous asses of atheists that you will see. Just take a look at his YouTube channel or his shorts. He says that, look, are you ready for this? This just shows you how colossally stupid he is. He said, it is immoral for God of the Bible to send people to hell for being unconvinced.
Yeah.
The Bible doesn't teach that people go to hell because they're unconvinced.
Yeah. No.
The Bible teaches that people, even if I were to agree for the sake of argument that the Bible's not true, it still wouldn't matter. The Bible teaches people get sent to hell for persisting in a rebellious, attitude toward God and not repenting, okay, and not turning to Christ as Savior. The Bible doesn't teach that they go to hell merely because they're unconvinced. It just boggles my mind. Either he's aware of what the Bible teaches, or he's utterly ignorant, yet he is in this beyond arrogant and pompous manner accusing God of sending people to hell for being unconvinced. This is how stupid this guy is.
What do you think of Mythic Vision or Myth Vision or whatever his name is? Mythic
Derek
Vision?
is a very dumb person.
Have you debated him or talked to him?
No, but I've criticized him and it's gotten back to him, and he's quite irritated that I refer to him as Dumb Derek.
Oh, so he's heard about you? Okay, well, that's a start.
He was doing a commentary on one of Richard Dawkins' lectures, and Dawkins said, well, we're all atheists. We atheists just believe in one more or less God than you do. Dumb Derek paused the video and was gobsmacked with awe and saying, that is so profound. I kid you not. This is how dumb he is.
Sounds like him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really I'm not a fan. Can't say I'm a fan.
Yeah.
I like Alex. What's his name? Alex O'Connor. I think out of all the atheists, he seems to be very smart.
Can you imagine if there was a venue where he and I could verbally interact?
You and Alex O'Connor?
Okay. Yeah. Can you imagine how many views that would get?
Oh, that would get, bro, if we could get you with Alex O'Connor, that would be amazing. He's the only atheist that I would say that is actually...
He presents himself in a more dignified fashion. He has a pretense of being intellectual, but it's the same old atheist cliches and slogans dressed up with an English accent.
In a tuxedo. Yeah, pretty much.
He wouldn't last trust me, without bragging, he wouldn't last very long with me.
Of course, none of them do. I mean...
I don't say that to brag. I know from listening to his content that he's not formidable at all. You see, when he's dealing with classical or evidential apologists, he can dance around it. But when somebody has mastered the transcendental argument for God and asking surgically precise questions, it's over. Why do you think it is in the 8 or 9 professional atheists that I was invited to speak with, all I did was ask him, please explain to me why there's no God? And then when they responded and I said, well, that doesn't logically entail that God doesn't exist. Can you please explain to me why God doesn't exist? And every single one of them were pissed and they wanted to get rid of me.
I would pay to see that, though. Darth Dawkins versus Alex O'Connor.
Yeah, if somebody can set up some internet encounter, I'd be glad to talk with him.
You got to go on YouTube. That's where he goes live. He goes live always on YouTube.
He's not formidable at all. Welcome 7. What do you want to talk about?
Ooh, let's go.
You have to unmute your microphone.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
What does an ontological grounding for anything mean? And because of that, why does that make atheism false?
It means that the ontological grounding means the ultimate or final context that actualizes anything as real. Okay? I spoke to the host that he needs to reformulate it. He should say atheism is false. As a consequence, it cannot provide an ontological grounding for anything. So he's going to change the wording of it. He's going to remove because. Okay? So atheism is as an ideology. Yeah. So atheism is a performative contradiction. A performative contradiction is a proposition or statement that is in some way self-referential, either by its own semantic content or the background information that would be required in order to make the statement or proposition viable, whereas the background information would contradict or undermine establishing the statement. So atheism is a universal negative. But in a world without God, without there being an absolute single causal first principle who creates, sustains, and facilitates the world to allow us to affirm and deny things, then making affirmations and denials in an atheist world is metaphysically bankrupt, let alone not even being able to make universal claims. So atheism is not coherent upon analysis, and it is false because we can show that God has revealed himself in creation in a positive way with the impossibility of its rational denial.
And how would you demonstrate the latter claim?
Okay, it's actually quite simple, but it has to be articulated correctly. So the way that that's done is to say everywhere we look in the world, from the smallest scale, from a quantum through atomic, molecular, chemical, biological, and up to a cosmological scale, everywhere we look, the world overwhelmingly, mind-bogglingly, and uncontroversially appears to be the product of ultimate intentional design, with the impossibility of denying that by arguing the world is an illusion of design. Now, you cannot debate against that the world appears to be designed, because this is agreed upon by atheist academics. If one disagrees that the world overwhelmingly appears to be the product of ultimate intentional design, they're either lying or they're ignorant. The world appears to be the product of ultimate intentional design. So the only avenue that one will attempt to make is to argue that the appearance of design is an illusion of design brought about by purely naturalistic phenomenon or contingencies. But such a rationale is impossible. So when we have an overwhelming positive case that something is true, combined with no defeaters, no substantive defeaters, and the impossibility of its negation, then the positive case is an objective proof. So the world overwhelmingly appears to be designed because it is, with the impossibility of its rational denial.
You said that it's not possible for it to appear designed by naturalistic means. Why would that be?
Because in order to do so, you would have to advance what is called an atheistic teleology, that the contingencies of this world that would produce a mechanism to produce the illusion of design, that the contingencies would have to be shown to be God independent. Okay. And in the absence of establishing that there are God independent contingencies or God independent mechanisms, then you're just smuggling in God denialism as your starting point without being upfront for it when you're arguing for illusion of design. So any occurrence in the world that will result in the appearance of design in either scenario, those contingencies will either be God dependent or God independent. There's not a third category. Okay. So how would they establish?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
But surely, if you're trying to evaluate like the way the world appears to be, and you're trying to conclude like whether it's God independent or God dependent, you're gonna start from assuming that it's God independent first, because
There's no neutrality here. If you're going to offer a defeater or a negator to the proposition that the world appears to be designed overwhelmingly because it is, you have to argue that God independent contingencies resulted in some mechanism producing an illusion of design. So how are you going to establish that there are God independent contingencies to produce the illusion of the appearance of design?
I mean, with regards to the illusion of design, right? There are a few good scientific explanations for why things appear to be designed, and you can start from, like, for example, like,
Does an explanation for a phenomenon make it true?
no, but it's
Okay,
a
well
scientific theory.
then
It would be like,
listen carefully. Offering me an alternative explanation is not a defeater.
but it's not just like simply
I
an
want them to
explanation,
explain.
right?
Listen, listen to me carefully. In order to present a defeater or a negator, you have to give me a rationale that it's true, not just offer it up as conjecture.
Yeah, it's not. Well,
I'm not interested.
I would have to ask first.
I'm going to ask you a question. Do you believe that the world is an illusion of design?
I think it's a good theory that it is, and
sir.
that's why I was going to ask, right?
How is that a good theory?
Yeah, so I was just gonna simply start by asking, like, do you ascribe to the scientific method? Do you think it's reliable enough to give you a good idea first? Because if you don't,
hey dude, your microphone is breaking up. I'm having trouble understanding you.
sorry,
Okay?
is this
Hey,
is this
listen to
better?
me. Do you understand offering up a theory is not a defeater?
I mean, that's what I was gonna ask, right? Like, for
how old are you?
I'm 23, but I was gonna ask, right? Like,
okay, so let me
if you
explain something
take,
to you. I want you to listen to me, okay? Because you guys don't. The stuff goes over your head. It goes one ear out the other.
I've been listening to you.
Okay, good. Then what you need to do is not offer me up conjecture or a theory.
It's not conjecture.
Oh, excellent. Then explain to me how it is true that there are God-independent contingencies that will then cascade or result in an illusion of design. How do you establish that there are any God-independent contingencies? You are required to defend that, without which you cannot offer up the world as an illusion of design.
Well, I wouldn't know how you would distinguish something from being a God-independent or
That's
God-dependent
asking.
contingency.
Okay, sir, you're not focusing. Just like most skeptics that I
I said I
deal with.
wouldn't know how to show that.
Well, then get that, and that's called the impossibility of the contrary, my friend.
I mean, I'm saying that because
you're not getting this. You're not seeing the elephant in the room. We have an overwhelming. Listen carefully. Okay, you're not talking with one of your peers. All right. Offering up an alternative explanation.
Listen to what I'm.
I am listening very carefully. I'm a very experienced debater on this issue. I've been debating skeptics for 16. Can you shut up for a second and listen and start acting your age instead of an impulsive 16-year-old? I'm trying to inform you on something. Okay? Now, if you do not accept A, right? If you reject A, you're going to have to rationally justify not A. Do you understand that before we move on?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
I mean,
you do not accept that the world overwhelmingly appears to be designed because it is. So you have to,
I didn't say that.
Sir, listen carefully. Do you accept
I did not say that, actually.
Okay, if you interrupt me again, I'm going to kick you. Now, do you believe in God?
No, I'm not convinced.
Okay, so did you hear that, Crush?
Yes.
Notice how they always, with rare exceptions, when I ask them if they believe in God, they pull out the laminated incredulity card. Okay, now.
What?
Listen carefully. You're pulling out the incredulity card, which is represented by the phraseology, I'm not convinced. Your position, directly or indirectly, is that God does not exist. Okay? There is no possibility of neutrality in spite of what people think. Okay? So the bottom line is this. If you do not accept the overwhelming positive representation and the uncontroversial notion that the world appears to be designed, and therefore it appears this way because it is, if you do not accept that, your only hope is to argue that the world is an illusion of design. Not offer me conjecture. I want an argument that will establish that there are God-independent contingencies that will then cascade over time, producing the illusion of design. Do you understand what your mission is? You have to defend that there are God-independent contingencies then resulting in an illusion of design. Okay?
I mean, I understand that, but I'd
Good.
want you to
Can you do
clarify.
that?
Like,
Can you do that?
I mean, I'd need a clarification to see if I can or not.
Sir, so you listen to me. Can you defend that there are one or more God-independent contingencies?
I need a clarification of what you mean by that.
A
Is that okay?
contingency is something that is not absolute, that will then result via some collection of contingencies, a mechanism to produce the illusion of design. In order to produce the illusion of design, there must be an underlying mechanism of some kind. If you see a great magic trick, whether it's sleight of hand or a stage magic trick, you and I both understand that there's some underlying mechanism that produces the illusion that the magician is performing. In order to establish that there is an illusion of design and thereby a negator for the appearance of design of the world because it is, you're going to have to explain to me that there are God-independent mechanisms that result in illusion of design. If you do not articulate and defend that there are God-independent mechanisms, then you can't talk about an illusion of design, because an illusion of design requires a mechanism. Do you understand that? Okay. Do you understand that an illusion of design requires a mechanism?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, that mechanism cannot be a God-derived and dependent mechanism, could it? So the mechanism, however you want to articulate it, will have to be a God-independent mechanism or contingencies, correct?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay,
just the,
so you see,
the clarification.
I've learned a thing or two about studying atheist thinking. Okay, so when those people who try to argue that the world is an illusion of design, they're smuggling in a phenomenon called atheist teleology. That's actually a scholarly paper written by a scholar. It's called atheist teleology. Those who advocate there's an illusion of design are smuggling in, without arguing it for it, an atheist teleology. I'm just bringing it to the surface. So if there's an illusion of design, then it was brought about by God-independent mechanisms, right? So can
I
you
would agree
defend?
that.
Listen carefully. You're not going to get away with ignoring what I'm presenting to you, which is a tactic that most of my interlocutors try to pull. Can
I
you
understand
defend?
that.
Can you defend that there are God-independent mechanisms resulting in an illusion of design?
I don't think so. Given that I don't
Good. Game
exactly
over.
know.
Good.
I
You
don't
just
exactly know.
good. Then you can no longer invoke an illusion of design because it will be arbitrary and vacuous.
Yeah, but and see, this is why
There,
I'm
okay, no,
confused.
no.
Because
See, this is why you're young. You're 20 something, and you're responding to me because you're inexperienced and you're thinking like a teenager. Saying "yeah, but" is a non-starter. You cannot rationally defend the world as an illusion of design, can you? Your microphone is muted. Can you rationally defend the world as an illusion of design?
I mean, using the scientific method, I think I can. But you're saying
No,
that
that
could you
okay. You are
demonstrate?
stop. I'm going to interrupt you. That was colossally stupid. How would you use the scientific method to determine that any fundamental substrate of the physical world is God independent? I'm waiting.
7.
That's the clarification that I need from you. I don't know
Sure. Okay.
how
Okay. So
you would
Crush,
determine whether something is God direct or not.
notice Crush. Every time I make a surgically precise statement or question, how the response is always to dodge and deflect. Did you notice that, Crush?
Yeah, and he also kept on making the claim that
Right.
he can use the
You're
scientific message.
what you're doing is you are dodging and deflecting when I ask a surgically precise question or lay out a surgically precise point. How, by a scientific method, can you establish that any state of affairs is God independent? How would you do that?
This is the clarification I needed from you.
Okay,
Like, you did a good clarification,
I'm
but I
about to
just
kick
needed.
you. Sir, stop. I'm about to kick you because even after I criticized you for dodging and deflecting my point, when I repeat the question again, it's like you gave me the double middle fingers. Okay. You didn't answer my question. I'm going to ask the question one more time. And if you dodge it a third time, you're ejected. What scientific methodology or practices can establish that any state of affairs is God independent?
It's an easy question.
I'd say that, yeah, so it would be if you could conclude that it doesn't have a supernatural element to it.
Sir, what scientific methodology do you use to show that any state of affairs or all states of affairs are God independent? What's that methodology?
You don't know the scientific method?
I'm waiting for an answer. This is the third time I've asked a question.
Yeah, I said you'd use the scientific method to
You're not
conclude
giving me an
whether.
answer. You're giving me a generalization. What is the
Okay, maybe
scientific
repeat the
method?
question.
Okay, have a nice day. No, we're done. We're done.
He made
You're
the
done.
same claim over and over.
Okay, yeah, of course. This is what
Maybe
they
I'm not
do.
understanding. What?
No, okay, no, bye. You see, this is what they do. They dodge, they deflect, and before they get to the point of no return of verbal disruption, they ask for repeated clarification. It's a stall, dodge, and delay tactic. I want you to notice much of the time I'm talking with him, when I would lay out a point or ask him a question, they always try to rabbit trail their way out of it.
And he kept on
Okay?
just repeating the same thing.
Right. And
The
you'll
scientific
notice what
method.
I did. And you'll notice what I did. The whole conversation, I'm focused like a laser beam on what I'm saying to him. And either he's directly responding with specificity to what I'm saying, or he's not. Notice how much of his responses were diversionary. Or if they're not diversionary, they lack complete specificity. They're just vague. Oh, we use the scientific method. Yeah? How do you do that? Okay? And so dodging, deflecting, and asking for clarification, stalling, right? This is all a tactic that they all use. I especially love it when he goes, yeah, but.
Yeah.
This is what teenagers say.
It's like almost saying, science, reality.
See, so he was not overtly obnoxious.
No, he was fair.
But he was persistently evasive.
No, he just kept on repeating the same claim over and over. He was like, "Well, we can use the scientific method to disprove the supernatural." And you asked him practically how, and he repeated the same thing.
Yeah, it's a deer in the headlights tactic.
Science.
Look at this. Critical thinker says, suppose he didn't understand the question. When I asked the question 3 times,
he understood. That's why he kept on saying, well, scientific method.
Because, so when I ask him, how would you determine that any state of affairs is God independent? There is no way for them to answer the question. I know this and they know it. But rather than admit that they cannot establish that there are God independent mechanisms, right? Then you cannot say that there are mechanisms that produce an illusion of design, because those mechanisms have to be cashed out as God independent. That's why the paper Atheological Teleology is such a valuable paper, because he exposes in the paper how they smuggle in their atheist teleology. When they object to design rationales, okay, they smuggle in their atheist theology. And they talk about that the world is an illusion of design, but underneath it all, they're talking about God-independent mechanisms. Okay, how'd you figure that out? Well, the answer is they didn't.
It's pretty sad, though.
No. Parsimony does not work. Graham Oppie tried that on me and he got spanked. Okay. So parsimony. Okay. So come on up, one boss. I'll be glad to explain it to you.
Yeah, please come on up. Let's have an intelligent conversation.
Yeah. I hear atheists bring up parsimony all the time. Come on up. I've got something enlightening for you. Come on up, one. Okay. Parsimony does not apply, and I'll explain why. Come on up.
We need some intelligent atheists.
Yeah. He won't come up. He's another ball. Okay. So parsimony involves 2 explanations that have equal explanatory power. All right. Naturalism has no explanatory power because it cannot account at all, in the least, for what it is that is identifiable, that actualizes any and all aspects of unity within the naturalistic framework. So in order to talk about a naturalistic world, you're going to have various categories and classes of unity, from the smallest scale to the grandest scale. Okay. And the grandest scale of all will be, quote, the cosmos or naturalism. Now, if unity exists and is not fiction or make believe, then the unity has to be concretely caused. It can't be simply invoked merely as an abstract representation. So what is it that is identifiable, that is a natured entity that causally imposes any and all states of unity within the scope of naturalism? If you have no explanation for what causally actualizes the unity within the scope of naturalism, then naturalism has no explanatory power.
Somebody just messaged me in the back chat, my private messages, calling you Darth Dorkins, and that you can't defend your worldview. Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that funny how they don't have the balls to confront me?
He's calling you Darth Dorkins.
What's his username?
Hold on a second. Mr. Peabody?
Another pusillanimous, spineless, ballless skeptic. You see, they taunt, they mock, they ridicule, they criticize me, but very few of them come up. Okay? Look, I'm not trying to brag, but I think it's highly significant that the 8 to 9 atheists that I talked to in AMAs, how they all imploded upon my questioning. Okay? So do you see how I applied Scott Shakowski's paper to this guy? So when they invoke the illusion of design, an illusion of design, in order to be coherent, there has to be a mechanism producing the illusion of design. Okay? But the mechanism itself will have to be classified or categorized as either God-dependent or God-independent. Well, they couldn't say that it was a God-dependent mechanism, because then that would be agreeing with the first principle that the world appears to be designed, because it is. So they have to defend that there are God-independent mechanisms or mechanism resulting in illusion of design. And see, when you frame the dialectic this way, it shows the emperor isn't wearing any clothes. See, this is the problem with evidentialists and classicalists. They grant a certain measure of neutrality of the atheist opponent. I'm not granting any neutrality. So if you're going to say the world is an illusion of design, it can only be a coherent concept of an illusion of design by virtue of God-independent mechanisms bringing about the illusion of design. Good. How'd you figure out it's God-independent? And you see, when you bring it to the table like this, they're blindsided. It's look, the way that I approach the atheist reasoning is the same way the American military and Donald Trump is approaching the Iranian. We're just carpet bombing them.
No, I know. By the way, Darth, I was trolling you, by the way, on that call.
You were trolling me on what?
I was on the side chat. The side chat that I was just trolling you. I'm joking around.
I didn't see anything in the side chat.
No, I mean, like when I said there was a private message.
Oh, okay.
I was just joking. I was joking around. I was tongue in cheek.
Well, that's a very common occurrence.
Yeah. I was joking.
Yeah. See, people have been so emboldened by the irrational naturalism. They don't realize then that naturalism fails its own test. Okay? Is there proof? Ask yourself this question. They want to think that, the natural world, just taken as itself, is a default position. It's not. I could ask the same question. What is the proof and evidence that there's something else that's characteristically not God that actualizes the naturalistic world? What's the proof for that? All right, I got to go to bed.
Yeah, I'm heading out of here. Darth, nice talking to you again. Adrian, nice talking to you. Follow me. I followed you.
It was lovely having you guys on. Until next time.
Brother.